Now it's for real. Good morning. If you could take your seats, we're going to start this morning a little earlier than we anticipated. We're so pleased that Congresswoman Lee is here with us, but she's on a very tight schedule and she has very important work to do on our behalf. So I'm going to ask Lenita Willer from the Oakland Housing Authority to come up and introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning. My name is Lenita Wheeler, and I am the Director of Family and Community Partnerships for the Oakland Housing Authority, which is located in the heart of the 13th Congressional District and home to Congresswoman Barbara Lee. The Housing Authority serves approximately 16,000 low and very low-income families in Oakland and provides oversight and rental assistance through a separate agreement with HUD to over 41,000 low and very low-income families in Northern California. And our Congresswoman gives them a voice. As one of the country's leading progressive voices, Congresswoman Lee speaks out about and works on a host of issues that our families face daily and tirelessly fights for social and economic equity for us all. In Oakland and at the Housing Authority, we are all very proud to say that Barbara Lee speaks for me. As a constituent of Congresswoman Barbara Lee, I'm especially delighted and honored that she's here with us today to share her expertise. I'm also grateful for her continued support of efforts to help low-income individuals and families improve their life outcomes. Please join me in welcoming the extraordinary Congresswoman from the 13th District in California, Representative Barbara Lee. Thank you.
Well, good morning. And thank you so much, Lenita, for that very kind and spirited introduction. But also I want to thank you for your leadership and thank all of my 13th Congressional District constituents who are here today for being here, for being such tremendous informed constituents, but also, I have to say, my district and my constituents, we're the wokest district in the United States of America. So thank you all very much. So let me thank the Council for large public housing authorities. Thank all of you, our board, just everyone who's here today, for inviting me to speak, but also for really discussing these new bold ideas in terms of sort of the intersectionality between healthcare and housing and poverty and all of the quality of life issues that you address each and every day. I certainly believe that housing should be a basic human right, but so should healthcare, and so should all of the education. You know, all the basics in life should be human rights, and whenever they're violated, we have to take a stand and do more. And when you look at childhood poverty, it really is at the heart of who we are as a nation. Now, I serve on the Appropriations Committee, and I'm sorry I have to leave early, and I'm here early, but we have today a markup in appropriations. And I also chair the Majority Leaders Task Force on Poverty and Opportunity. And so much of my work on Capitol Hill is looking at new ways, bold ways, to decrease poverty by increasing, yes, spending, but also redirecting resources and coming up with new ideas to really address our nation's moral crisis. And it is a moral crisis when we have childhood poverty rates, and I'll mention those in just a minute, which are excessively high in the wealthiest and most powerful country in the world. Earlier, I was pleased to see the National Academy of Sciences release their landmark child poverty study. I hope you will get a copy of it. It's called A Roadmap to Reducing Child Poverty, which Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard from Los Angeles, who's an unbelievably bold and progressive leader on the Hill on the Appropriations Committee also, well, we both commissioned this in our Labor, Health, and Human Services funding subcommittee for more than, I think it was maybe $800,000 to $1 million. I think that's what it ultimately cost. But This was a bipartisan group of individuals at the National Academy of Sciences who came together to look at childhood poverty. So through this very bold report, I think you're going to be discussing it today, we could see clearly that the cost of child poverty, one, is, yes, detrimental to our nation, but more importantly, it destroys the lives of millions of our children, their families, and the economy. In this report, the committee found that child poverty costs our nation up to $1 trillion, $1 trillion every year. And what's worse, nearly 1 in 3 children are living in poverty. Let that sink in for a minute. That's 1 in 3. That's a moral disgrace. And those numbers are even worse for children of color. 28% of black children, 25% of Latinx children, 12% of AAPI children, and 31% of American Indian and Alaska Native children are living in poverty. So ending poverty in America also is very personal to me because, yes, as a single mother for a period of time while I was in college, raising 2 sons, I was on food stamps and public assistance, Medicaid, excuse me, in California, it was Medi-Cal then, and I know firsthand the struggles of not being able to make ends meet. And I know how it hurts children, and I know that 99% of people, families living below the poverty line don't want to rely on public assistance. Also, over 60% of people eligible for Section 8, SNAP benefits, they're working. Some are working 2 jobs and still can't make ends meet. So for us in Congress, we must be bold. And with this study, we now have evidence-based, nonpartisan, and you know that's important in this day and time. They're nonpartisan policy recommendations that really we're moving forward to implement. This study put together critical policy recommendations to cut child poverty in half. Recommendations like expanding the Earned Income Tax Credit, child allowance, housing subsidies, nutrition assistance, and the child tax credit. So we're working on legislation to do just that, but we're going to need all of you to help us. We're going to need your ideas, and we're going to need, and yes, this is a political struggle, so we're going to need you to organize and to help make sure that members of Congress hear your voice on some of these initiatives that are going to be coming through the House. Congress can't work on ending child poverty on our own. Unfortunately, and you know this, we have an administration that's determined, every day they're determined to attack families trying to just make ends meet. These huge, nearly $2 trillion tax cuts, they're for the very wealthiest, for corporations, and now, of course, they're doing exactly what we said they were going to do, and that is try to take resources from Medicare, Social Security, and housing, and all of the social safety network programs that you all are working so hard to not only maintain, but to increase, and to ensure that everyone has access to the quality of life that they so deserve. Instead of lifting children up, this administration, they want to push families further into poverty. The administration, you just look at their budget, federal budget for 2020. Trump slashes funding, mind you, for critical housing and nutrition assistance. They slash funding for everything that we care about, that we know helps so many families keep a roof over their heads and put food on their table and reduce poverty rates. How shameful. Again, in the wealthiest and most powerful country in the world, this is what is taking place. But I have to tell you, though, with the fiscal year appropriation cycle ahead of us, trust me, we are rejecting the Trump administration's request, and we're instead investing in people. So you can be proud of what we're doing. Finally, finally. I sit on the Labor, Health, and Human Services Subcommittee, and we just went through negotiating and marking up our bill last week. And we put almost $12 billion, mind you, $12 billion more in funding that was in the fiscal 19 budget. So it has large increases, and you need to look at this very carefully, but they're large increases to child care, to Head Start, public education, and health programs. And I hope that as this bill moves through the process off the floor, that once we get it in the Senate and the conference committee, that you will weigh in very, very seriously and make sure that these increases hold. Because this is the first time in years that we've been able to put more funding in domestic discretionary spending accounts. The fiscal 20 housing funding bill should be no different. It hasn't come forth yet. It will be very soon. But that funding bill will receive $75 billion, which is a $4.7 billion increase over fiscal 19. That's an increase. First time, finally. So make no mistake, we are fighting to ensure that money goes into poverty reduction programs, including Section 8, home investment, fair housing assistance. We're addressing, we were talking earlier about the fair market, this formula with regard to the fair market rate of the rental subsidies that has to be addressed. So we're working on homelessness, because when you travel around the country, and unfortunately in my district, it's almost the epicenter of homelessness. You see people living on the streets with their chairs and their sofas, people who have been evicted, and it is a shame and disgrace what is taking place as it relates to evictions, gentrification, and homelessness. Parenthetically, I just want to mention when Secretary Castro was Secretary of HUD, he commissioned, and we finally received the report that lays out a roadmap on what the federal government and HUD could do to address displacement and gentrification. So I hope that you will look at that report and see what you can do to help us implement some of those recommendations. So I know that with your roadmap, with our roadmap, we can reduce child poverty, and frankly, we need to end it. We just need the political will to do that. That's all, the political will. If we do not ensure that the generation ahead of us has more opportunities to access the American dream, we fail each other, we fail our country, but most of all, we fail our children and their futures. So as you have your discussion, don't be afraid really to think big. It's the same thing we have to do in Congress. Eradicating poverty, and yeah, some of us say reducing poverty, which we must do, but we've got to eradicate poverty. It's a big idea. Eradicate poverty. It's going to take big ideas to make things happen. So let me just say thank you again for the work that you do each and every day. I want to remind you of what Dr. King said. He said, our goal is to create a beloved community. And this will require, he said, a qualitative change in our souls, as well as a quantitative change in our lives. And that's what you're doing. And I deeply appreciate it, because I know you're on the front lines and you are taking care of business. And I just want to thank you for your advocacy, and thank you for being here in Washington, D.C., and have a wonderful time today.
Good morning again. I'm Sonia Zaderman, the Executive Director of the Council of Large Public Housing Authorities, and also very thirsty, so excuse me. Well, it's hard to follow Congresswoman Lee. She knows her stuff. She's inspiring. She's savvy, and she understands the politics, and I think we couldn't have a better champion. So our deepest appreciation to her and her work, and of course the work that goes on in her district. So welcome to our 5th annual National Housing Is Summit. It's a little hard to believe. It's been 5 years since we first started. We're very pleased to have a distinguished agenda. We'll be hearing more about the very important report that Ms. Lee referenced and the work that we're hoping to apply to it to integrate our thinking about research, policy, legislation, and implementation. I don't think we could have a better example of that in trying to use evidence-based research and actually change-making. We've got a distinguished panel throughout our summit, and if you look at your agenda, you will see that. I won't walk through that right now, but you will see two very clear themes in our thinking and our work this year. The first is ending intergenerational poverty. I think we had quite an important kickoff with both a view from Congress, and we'll be hearing a view from the National Academy of Sciences and from housing agencies and implementers and thinkers about this. The other is addressing systemic disparities in our systems. We are working with the tools that we have and the research and understanding, but obviously if we don't go deeper in understanding how our systems have contributed to where we're at today, we're not going to make the deep fundamental change that we are looking for. I turn to, only occasionally, to Aristotle, but he said, if you would understand anything, observe its beginnings and development. This is a thinking that applies both to the work in the program area, it applies to raising children, it applies to developing programs, it applies to building partnerships. And so what we're trying here to understand is the development and the expansion of the kinds of innovative partnerships that you're working on. How do they develop? How do we sustain them? How do we build these partnerships with the academic and research world that is giving us evidence in how to translate that into impactful programs? I think after 5 years, we're going to begin a new stage to think about these roots and developments and seeds that we've planted and what is really needed to replicate and scale. And I think we had a very inspiring talk this morning from Ms. Lee about thinking big. So that's certainly where we would like to be. Just reflecting very quickly on the work that's been done over the last 5 years, I have to recognize Abra Lyons-Warren and Steve Lucas, who have been just extraordinary, and of course all of the CLAFA staff and the CLAFA board support. We now have a very robust practitioners working group. We have 30 housing authorities that actively participate, organize webinars, roundtables, interactions. So we see this as a real community of practice that's contributing to the field and hope to grow that. We have targeted, what we call targeted cohorts. Maybe we'll find a nicer word to call them, but these targeted cohorts of housing authorities are working on very specific cross-sector collaborations. 6 authorities working on data sharing and health interventions with United Healthcare. We've got 6 housing authorities deeply invested in expanding post-secondary education opportunities, which you'll hear more about later this afternoon through a press conference and panel. We've got our Housing Is repository and clearinghouse. We've got over 800 academic and other published articles. that are of interest to the 37 active communities on the site. Of course, more to grow there. And we started 5 years ago with 75 pioneers, and here we are at 300 the 5th year, and looking at substantial expansion as we move forward. We want to lead and contribute both in the thought world, the leadership world, and the advocacy world. We're forging very important partnerships with the healthcare sector, particularly United Healthcare. You'll hear more about that, and what the wealth of data brings and how we can use that. I want to highlight our data sharing efforts because they have really been I think foundational for the budding and emerging partnerships on the local level. We started with just a handful. We now have close to 30 housing authorities that have formal data sharing agreements with education partners. And now we're expanding and have some templates for healthcare providers in terms of data sharing. Looking ahead, we want to build the internal capacity for housing authorities to build health partnerships. Listen, there's no easy road if you're on the health side, the education side, or the housing side. The road needs to be plowed. Forgive my mixed metaphors. But we do need internal capacity to agencies to be able to be effective partners, and we want to focus on that. We want to see how we boost post-secondary education, both for residents living in assisted housing currently, or those who are attending post-secondary who are homeless or housing unstable. And of course, we're looking at the larger systems work that Ms. Lee alluded to about both the policy, legislation, and funding. So with that, I want to leave you with this thought. From Leonardo da Vinci, we share this view. I agree with Leonardo on this point. He said, "I've been impressed with the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough," although my parenthetical, very important. We must apply. Being willing is not enough. We must do. And on that note, I'd like to turn it over to one of the most productive doers in the housing field in terms of these cross-sector partnerships, Stephen Norman, who is the president of the Council of Large Public Housing Authorities, and also the executive director of the King County Housing Authority. Thank you.
It's always hard to follow Zederman and Da Vinci. So, on behalf of the 70 housing authorities that are the Council of Large Public Housing Authorities, let me join Sonia in welcoming everyone. We have, as she said, over 300 folks in attendance today, and a waiting list. We literally ran out of space. Roughly a third of the folks in the room are housers. The others come from education, health, poverty, social welfare, academia. This really fulfills what was our initial vision, that this is truly a convening and conversation between systems. This is the only conference you'll be in where FERPA meets HIPAA. A quick acknowledgement of our sponsors, without whom today's gathering and our ongoing work, most importantly throughout the year, would not be possible. A big thank you to the Kresge Foundation for all their support on the intersection of housing, health, and education, and in particular their recent support around post-secondary education, and we'll be talking more about that later today. I'd also like to acknowledge Chris Cable, David Fukuzawa, Bethany Miller, and Fred Cardis at Kresge. And a big thank you to the funders for Housing and Opportunity, a funders collaborative that really understands the cross-sector challenges of this work. Thank you, Colin Min, Jean Fakad Selassie, Susan Thomas. A thank you to the Melville Charitable Trust. This is the 5th time I've had the opportunity to open this gathering, and it's instructive to look back and see how far this conversation has truly come since our first summit and our early discussions. So 2 observations. First, the public housing industry has continued to evolve. Despite stiff headwinds, Housing authorities have been making progress in recapitalizing the inventory. RAD, Hope 6, Choice Neighborhoods, low-income housing tax credits are all, albeit far too slowly, reducing the backlog of public housing repair needs across the country. Returning and maintaining this critical public resource to safe, quality housing must remain our first priority. We're also seeing slow progress in securing the regulatory flexibility that the industry desperately needs. We are now past the 20-year mark in the Moving to Work demonstration program. It is no longer a demonstration. The jury is in. The 39 participating housing authorities have demonstrated that flexibility on a local level, within a framework of accountability that focuses on results, not process, makes all the difference. It enables efficient, effective program design that reflects local challenges and opportunities, and particularly important for our gathering and conversations today and tomorrow, it enables and strengthens local partnerships. The MTW program is now in the process of expanding to another 100 housing authorities. But this is not enough. There are over 3,000 housing authorities in this country. The lessons learned from MTW on how to provide flexibility without losing accountability must be extended across the entire public housing industry. So as housing authorities refocus from emergency repair needs and the challenges of complying with the overly detailed one-size-fits-all process requirements, what does this all mean? It means that housing authorities can increasingly engage with their true core mission, which is improving the lives of residents and of the communities they live in. It means they can fulfill their promise as anchor institutions in poor neighborhoods, and that they can evolve new competencies in partnering with other systems, education, health, workforce development, systems with whom they share a common mission. This brings us to the second point as to how this conversation has evolved. There is a growing understanding of the degree to which stable, affordable, quality housing underpins just about every anti-poverty issue in this country. Our first convening 5 years ago focused on the intersection between housing and education. This summit's agenda shows how this focus has broadened. Over the next 2 days, we will be discussing the intersection of housing not only with education, but with the broader frame of child poverty, with economic mobility, with broadened geographic choice and ending multi-generational cycles of poverty, with health care, and with homelessness. A growing body of evidence supports the synergy of these combined efforts. But where this hits the tarmac is not in the academic journals, but in the work of everyone in this room, who literally serve millions of our nation's poorest and most vulnerable community every day. But cross-systems work is really hard. To support these efforts, we focus here on foundational issues: how to partner, how to bridge linguistic divides between systems, how to share data without going to jail, and how to turn research into practice. The resulting best practices, promising innovations, mistakes made, lessons learned, these are only valuable if they inspire and inform the next round of innovation. The networking over the next 2 days, the conversations on the dais, the connections made between folks should not be one-offs. What is most important is what you take away from these discussions and what happens out in your communities over the next year and between summits. And we look forward to highlighting these efforts and these successes next year. So thank you all for the next 2 days. A special thank you to the CLAFA staff, to Tunya Zaderman and Deb Gross, to Abra Lyons-Warrens and Steve Lucas, to Kirsten Greenwell, and the rest of the team for pulling all this together. I very much look forward to the conversation. Thank you again. I'm now going to turn this over to Abra, who with a whip and a chair are going to get us through the next 2 days.
Good morning. So as you've just heard from Sonia and Stephen, it is our 5th year of doing this. It's really amazing as I look out at the room to see faces of folks who were here that first year, have been here every year since, but also all of the new people. It's really great and wonderful to see how this work has grown, and as Stephen was saying, how you all have worked with us. This conference and this initiative is all about partnerships, and the ones that CLAFA has been able to create with all of you is what makes this work happen. So thank you, and we are so glad that you're here with us. Just a couple of notes about the event this year. You will see in your agenda something that's perhaps a little bit different than past years. In responding to some of the feedback that we received, we've made sessions longer. So as a result, we have slightly fewer, but we hope that this really allows more time for engaging with each other, with the speakers, time for questions, so that things have time to marinate and you maybe feel a little less overwhelmed by the end of the day. Really this year, what we are trying to accomplish is translating that research from policy to practice. You know, we really want to move out of the journals and academic settings into communities, into neighborhoods, into residents' lives. And many of you here in the room do that every single day. You are all thought leaders from different sectors. We hope that because you're here, you recognize the importance of working together, and we're really excited, as Stephen said, to see where this continues to go. In a moment, you'll be hearing from experts on how to end childhood poverty. They will be solving that for us in just an hour. And then that will be followed by David Williams, who will be talking about CMTO and mobility. As Stephen said, we really hope that you also use this time to network with one another, to forge new partnerships, to come away from this saying, this is something I want to take back to my community. A couple of housekeeping notes. For folks who are either outside or on the peripheral, we do have some seats here in the front, so don't be shy. We would like to make note that in your folders that you received at the registration table, on the left side behind the attendee bios, speaker bios, there are evaluation forms. So for those of you who were here last year, you might remember that we have one for day 1 and one for day 2. I know some of you aren't necessarily able to stay for the entire conference. So we just ask that before you leave, please drop that either in the box on the registration table or give it to any CLAFA staff person. We really do value your feedback. We really do try to incorporate it for future events. Bathrooms are around the corner. Just keep walking, you can't miss them. Lunch will be served in the foyer, the same place as where breakfast was, and then you're welcome to bring food back in this room and eat at the tables. We do have a networking reception today from 4 to 5 that will also be taking place in the foyer. And we did want to point out tomorrow, so you can plan your alarms accordingly, there will be an optional informational session during breakfast. We've been working with enterprise community partners to learn more about a new app that they're working on that seeks to connect residents to services. So if you'd like to join that, that will be tomorrow during breakfast, starting at 8 a.m. The Wi-Fi password, right? These are the really important notes. This is on the inside front cover of the agenda, if you're looking for it. We invite you to join us on social media. I'm sure it'll be on a later slide, but we are at housing_is, as well as at CLAFA, with hashtag HousingIs2019. So with that, I am very excited to bring up our next plenary session and invite those 3 folks to join us on the stage now. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let's see. Perfect. Okay, my name is Cara Balderi, and I am the Vice President of Family Economics at First Focus, which is a bipartisan kids advocacy group doing mostly federal policy located here in the district. And I'm going to kind of be, giving a little bit of an overview of some of the work we've been doing around reducing child poverty on the federal level, including, how we've been utilizing the study in our work. And then Christine will kind of go into a little more detail about the findings of the study. So I know none of this is news to the people in the room, but just to kind of set a little bit of context and starting out, we know that child poverty remains really high in the United States. Despite some kind of recent good news from the economy, we know that those gains are not reaching families at the bottom. And children continue to disproportionately experience poverty and experience poverty at rates that are 62% higher than adults. And children of color, we have large disparities, continue to experience poverty at rates 3 times that of white children. And, we have a lot of children also living in deep poverty. So that means, a family of 4 living at about, below $12,000 a year. And, we know that we know all the negative outcomes for children who are living in poverty, and we're going to kind of be talking a little about those more. Something to note, this is the official poverty measure, right? So 17% of children are living in poverty, kind of using the official measure. We also, and we're going to be talking a little bit about using the supplemental poverty measure, which kind of takes into account cost of living as well as impact of benefits for families. So that number is a little lower, right? We know that anti-poverty programs have a big impact in reducing child poverty, things like SNAP, and tax credits, but that still remains high. So using that measure, about 15% of children are living in poverty. And using an adjusted measure, which is what the study uses, which we're going to mention, which kind of takes into account underreporting of benefits, it's still 13% of children living in poverty. So no matter what measure you're using, there's a lot of children living in poverty. And we know that children are living in poverty in all kind of geographic reasons, but it tends to be, children who are, high rates of poverty tend to be kind of concentrated around the country. States did see decreases in the past census data in 2017, but a lot of the states that saw decreases were the states with the highest rates of poverty to begin with, so poverty still remains high in those places. Something to note again, these are the official poverty measure. This map would look very different if you were using the supplemental, because again, it takes into account high cost of living, so places like California, Hawaii, actually, using that have some of the highest levels of child poverty around the country. So as Congresswoman Barbara Lee mentioned, right, we have this landmark study that just came out in late February from the National Academies of Sciences. And for a little bit of context, so First Focus had worked directly with Congresswoman Lee and Congresswoman Roybal Allard's offices on this study. We felt like we know that, as the Congresswoman mentioned, we know what we need to do to reduce child poverty, but we don't have the political will, we don't have enough awareness around it. So we felt like a study like this, coming from the National Academies, which is known and has a reputation for evidence-based analysis, is seen as nonpartisan, would have a really big effect on the Hill, because it's still really respected from both sides of the aisle. And these studies get a lot of attention. The study has been getting a lot of media attention, which we're really excited to see. So we felt like, although we know there's a lot of great studies out there on child poverty, this study was still needed and would hold a lot of credibility for some time for lawmakers. So we had worked directly with those offices to get funding in both the 2016 and 2017 appropriations bills around it, and then some private foundations also contributed some money. So Christine's going to go into further detail around the findings, but I just kind of wanted to share some of the top findings and our kind of top takeaways to set a little bit of context. And so, we think one of the biggest things coming out of this study is it says that child poverty is solvable. So, they lay out a set of policy and program packages that could cut our child poverty rate in half within a decade. So, there's no excuse. It's doable, right? And we think that's a really big takeaway, because it's often really seen as a very intractable problem, right, from the media and others. And it backs up that we could do it with these policy and program packages, but it also shows that other countries are doing it. It highlights that Canada is currently already cut their rate in half by 1/3 within a few years due to increasing their child benefit, or known as a child allowance, which I know Luke is going to talk about more. And they also set a target to do it, right? So they said, we're going to commit to this, we're going to do something. The UK also had set a target and made significant progress within a decade as well. So they kind of highlight, right, that other places have done it, so we could do it too. And they also confirm that there's a direct causal link between poverty and negative child outcomes, right? So it's the poverty itself that's causing, and therefore increasing resources and boosting family income then, right, could cause positive outcomes both in the short and long term. So that's really helpful. It also makes clear that reducing child poverty makes smart economic sense. As the Congresswoman mentioned, you know, the study finds that child poverty costs our country about $1 trillion a year, and even the most expensive kind of policy package that they put forward would cost about $110 billion a year. So we know big savings, right, to cut our rate in half, even from the most kind of expensive policy package. And then another big takeaway that we thought might be helpful is, you know, it says that work requirements don't work. So it says that, you know, the study finds insufficient evidence that mandatory work policies reduce child poverty and actually are just as likely to increase child poverty as they are to decrease it. So we find that really helpful, right, in our work and the work I'm sure many of you are doing, you know, around kind of pushing back against work requirements to Medicaid, you know, SNAP, and kind of other threats we've seen from the administration as well as from governors around the country. The study also lays out that we've made progress in the past, and as you could see from this is again using a supplemental measure. That progress has really slowed in the past decade, you know, and that we kind of correlate with you know, a decrease in the share of spending on kids. So First Focus every year puts out a children's budget book that analyzes spending across federal programs for children. And we have shown that the share of federal spending on kids continues to decline. So kids make up about a quarter of our population and only make up about 8% of our federal budget, and that number continues to decline. So we know that money matters to reducing child poverty. We need investments, and we haven't been making those, and so we've really seen kind of a stagnation in any progress. So again, just to kind of provide you a broad overview, you know, the study finds that no one particular policy can cut our child poverty rate in half within 10 years. So again, it puts together these like policy and program packages that when combining policies could have that effect. It models 4 packages and then finds 2 of those could actually have the impact of cutting the rate in half. And those packages include things like increasing SNAP benefits, increasing and making improvements to tax credits, such as the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit, and kind of converting the child tax credit to what we call like a child benefit, child allowance, a monthly, you know, amount that would go to every kid. And again, I know we're going to hear more about that. Increasing the supply of housing vouchers, so making vouchers available for about 70% of the families that are eligible for them, as well as increasing the minimum wage. The study models it to $10.25 an hour based on the evidence that they felt comfortable using, but we know there's also legislation out there to increase it to $15, and there's a lot of efforts in states and cities. You know, one thing to note, while they found that no one particular policy could cut our rate in half within a decade, they found that an annual $3,000 child allowance, about $250 a month per kid, would have the biggest impact of any policy, but also would cut our deep child poverty rate in half within a decade. So that on its own would cut deep child poverty, which we know is really important. And just to give you, this is a little bit of a wonky chart. We're working on some better ones, but this just kind of visualizes, right? So that child allowance too, that's the $3,000 or I think $2,700 a year child allowance would have the biggest impact in reducing child poverty, and housing vouchers are number 2. So just to kind of show you some of the policies that would have the biggest impacts. So we have this great study that says, right, we can cut child poverty in half. So now we want to act to do that, right? We want to take this and use it. So First Focus runs what we call the U.S. Child Poverty Action Group, which is a partnership of national organizations, right, who are focused on kids and working to reduce child poverty on the national level. Child Welfare League of America is one of the members. And so we had felt like we knew the study was coming, and so it's time for a campaign to say, you know, we have this evidence base, we can cut child poverty in half, now we need a target. And again, this target's not a new idea. Other countries have set targets, and in fact, around the country, there's states that are setting targets. So California, Wisconsin, Maine, some cities, there's these campaigns to end child poverty, as well as, to kind of set this target, commit, put forward policies. So we were like, we need to build on that momentum and do something at the national level. So we're calling this campaign End Child Poverty US. And we have a series of resources on our website that, we're trying to be a resource hub for folks doing this work around the country, right? Webinars, fact sheets, things that you could use in your work to say this is doable, summarizing the study findings. We have a summary, we have our top takeaways, we're gonna have some deeper policy analysis coming. What are ways you could use all this to kind of build momentum in your state, or city, or that you could contribute, right, and say to your federal delegation, let's do something about this. One of the kind of main pieces of legislation we're pushing, which is not reintroduced yet, but we're hoping soon, is the Child Poverty Reduction Act, which would set a national target to cut our rate in half in 10 years, eliminate within 20 years, and then kind of monitor progress, right? So there would be an entity that would file reports and kind of show how we're doing and create a level of accountability, right? To say, the government committed to doing this, how are we doing? We need tools to really push forward. So, and Congresswoman Barbara Lee is one of the leads on that in the House, which we're really grateful for, and there's legislation in both the House and Senate. So if you want to hear updates about that legislation, receive our materials, kind of see what we're doing, participate, we would love that. And so our website is End Child Poverty US. We have like kind of a place, right, where you could sign up to receive our updates and be on our listserv. We also are very active on Twitter at CPAG_USA. And you can always feel free to reach out to me as well with any questions, and would love to collaborate. So thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Chris James Brown. I'm the CEO of the Child Welfare League of America. And I was a member of the committee that produced the report. And I want to do a time check because I know I just came from my own conference, so I know how it is to keep things on time. So 10 minutes? 15? Okay. So you'll hold me to that. So normally, those of us on the committee have gone around the country and are presenting the slides I'm going to show in a minute. But we haven't had the advantage in other settings of having the Congresswoman provide some input and having First Focus provide some input. So if you'll bear with me, I think I'm going to try to reframe the slides in the form of the so what almost, okay? And why does it matter for you? So first I have to figure out, is this the way? Yes. So I want to tell you some things about the committee that I think are important and will provide some context for any questions that you have. First of all, the committee operated under two different administrations. It was established but was maintained under the Trump administration. So it gives it a more bipartisan kind of cast. In addition to that, it had support from both sides of the aisle. So that's the first thing I wanted to point out. The second is that the committee operated with some constraints that were major for me and less major for others. So I come from an organization that focuses on policy and advocacy. I'm a practitioner at heart, and I think long-term. We were charged as a committee to come up with recommendations for reducing poverty that could be done within the context of 10 years. So when you got into issues of intergenerational poverty, the importance of education and child care, we couldn't really talk about those things. We really had to stay focused on things that were doable in that 10-year time frame, which you can imagine was extraordinarily challenging for me in particular. The committee was composed of 14 academics and 2 others, myself and one other person who was an administrator/practitioner. The next thing I want you to know about the committee is that we were really constrained to use evidence. There were lots of things we wanted to talk about, particularly in the area of housing, and we were limited in recommendations that we could provide the high-quality blue ribbon evidence around. I'm very, very, very committed to the importance of evidence, but there were a lot of things we wanted to understand and look at deeper, but we could not because of the constraint of it having to be evidence-based, everything that we recommended. And then the supplemental poverty measure which was used was the other thing that we were required to use. That was not optional, we were required to use that. Now it's a good thing because it factors in things like housing costs and others, but we were really told that we had to use that. So you already heard from everyone that this report was done within the framework of people being concerned about the level of poverty in this country and the fact that we were not making the same progress that others were making. It was also within the context of people not being sure if there was really a causal impact on child well-being by their being in poverty. People kind of knew there was a correlation between poverty and some other things, but was there a causal impact? You heard it already. The study put that question to rest and really was able to demonstrate using evidence that there is a direct causal relationship between a child being in poverty and their well-being. And the longer they were in poverty and the younger they started in poverty, the worse it was. So that was a very important thing. Specific to housing, we knew we had to look at housing as an issue because we also knew that the quality of housing and the availability of housing for people was a key factor in child well-being. I came into it knowing it from my experience in child welfare and the fact that so many children coming into child welfare were impacted by the fact that their parents didn't have stabilized housing. But we also as a committee recognized that. So housing was something that we thought about from the very beginning. So I'm going to kind of fly through a lot of these. You see that this was a statement of task for the committee. We really had to look at what's the connection between poverty and well-being. We really needed to find objective ways to analyze the impact of major programs on reducing poverty. And we were fortunate with some of the programs because there's not a lot of research in this country done, unfortunately, on the connection between various programs and poverty and child well-being. But there were some programs like Earned Income Tax Credit where you had built in the fact that the country had expanded or contracted the program. So you had right there in front of you the opportunity to look at it in a scientific way. And we had to provide policy recommendations for reducing poverty by half in 10 years, which I told you was a real challenge for me. Is this moving? Yes. I already talked about the causal impacts of poverty. We were able to demonstrate that it does. And we were able to also demonstrate that the programs there, like SNAP, Earned Income Tax Credit program, really did make a difference and really did help reduce the impact that poverty had and the level of poverty. If you look at these various programs, you see that without the existing programs, poverty would be higher in this country. So when you start to hear things about, sometimes we think in a very disconnected way in this country, and we need to think in a more holistic way. So when you hear a rumor that maybe we're going to reduce the Earned Income Tax Credit program or we're going to do SNAP, it's not just a matter of reducing those individual programs, it's the implications it has for the poverty level and the well-being of our children in this country. There's some conversation about changing the poverty index. Have you heard that? That could have a dramatic impact on the number of people eligible for the programs that we know are going to help child well-being. There's conversation about the Census Bureau and reducing the extent to which people are willing to report. That's going to have a major impact. So just as the theme of your conference is thinking kind of across and sectors, we have to be thinking across the various things that are occurring in this country and understanding the impact that they ultimately have on children and families. So you look at all the housing subsidy program, you see that it has an impact. Not as great as the others, but it does have an impact in terms of reducing poverty. So we had to look at individual policy recommendations and options. And our initial thought was, we'll figure out one or two and recommend them, and they'll make all the difference and reduce the level of poverty in this country. It did not work out that way. We really had to start to connect different things, some of the work-related programs, some of the universal programs, and really put them together in a way that the package as a whole was what ended up. These were the criteria that we use for am I going too fast? It's okay. These are the criteria that we use for identifying which programs and which policies we wanted to look at. Of course, we had to look at how much research is around those programs, to what extent will it reduce poverty. Particularly in high-risk groups, we identified early that certain groups were at higher risk of poverty than others, and we wanted to make sure we didn't come up with a plan that would have an impact across the board, but not drill down to the Native American population, African American population, or people in deep poverty. We had to keep that in mind, too. So we needed to look at the differential impact, the cost, of course, and we had to look at what was the impact on work, marriage opportunity, and social inclusion. We couldn't come up with programs that didn't also acknowledge that these are other factors that relate to child well-being. These are the different programs, and you'll see they're in 4 different categories. The easy category is looking at provision of services to the immigrant population, where so many are excluded from certain benefits. So that was one. That's the second one on the left. Then policies from other countries. It was mentioned we looked carefully at the child tax credit program both in England and in Canada. And then we looked at programs that kind of modified the existing safety net programs, the ones you're familiar with, SNAP and Housing Choice Voucher and expanding SSI. And then we looked at some of the programs that were tied to work, because there was a real debate on the other thing I forgot to mention at the committee was conservatives, liberals, all over the place. So work and marriage was super important to some people, whereas other things were important to others. So we had to factor in what's the impact as it relates to work. So we looked at the fact that no single program would do what we hoped. There was no magic bullet, no silver bullet in all of this, and that enhancements to SNAP, the housing voucher, and child allowance came closest, and that enhancements to EITC and also reduced poverty significantly. So this is probably one you really can't see. We looked at the extent to which the programs had an impact on poverty reduction. If you look all the way down, it looks then at the cost, and this was mentioned earlier. The bottom line when you think about the cost is that it's much more expensive to leave children in poverty. And I'm talking about the expense to our country, some of the hidden expenses, much less the expense to just having children suffer within poverty. Keep going real fast. Keep. So that's the range in cost for the packages as compared to how much it costs. And you heard this already, so I won't dwell on this. So it's much less expensive to invest. But when we talked about this in various settings, the cost of it has been one of the major issues that's been raised. Even though you try to say, well, it's going to save us money in the long run. The cost issue, which gets back to the issue of priorities in this country and being able to think long-term versus short-term. So you just can't you can't tinker with just a housing program. And I know in this group, because you're thinking in an integrated way, you know that it can't just be housing. You have to look at a number of things in order. You have to bundle things, and you have to bundle some of the work-related, because everybody wants to work at the end of the day, but not everybody can work. So we have to put together packages that recognize both things. I want to talk about the contextual factors, because I feel most pleased with this section, which is the least developed section of the report. This is the long-term advocate people on the committee saying we can't leave it with just making these recommendations without having people understand the contextual nature of poverty. The fact that stability and predictability of income, for example, is so important. The fact that, you know, the kind of housing that people live in, the fact that they are people of color and experiencing discrimination and all. You can't say, well, we're going to implement all of these programs without acknowledging that there's some contextual factors that will drive the way these programs are implemented. And you all in this room know that probably better than most. That all these contextual factors are interconnected. You know, so positive neighborhood conditions and health and well-being, as an example. And that gets back to, as we think about what's happening in our country and the different attempts to make change, if we're not going to have good water in a part of the country, we're not going to have good health, and well-being, we're not going to have good neighborhoods. And then the schools are going to suffer, right? So all of this is interconnected in so many ways. So these are the challenges I just want to put up quickly, and I'll make sure you get these slides. There are challenges as it relates to stability and predictability of income. Some of our recommendations said we need to make sure that funds are given out monthly rather than annually, so that we can deal with the lack of predictability. Oops. Challenges around access to programs. I mean, one of the things that was most surprising to me was the number of deserts that we talk about in our literature. So there's the food desert, there's the medical desert, there's the housing affordability desert, and they all kind of are in about the same places. They overlap in location. So how do we make sure that we reach those people? And then how about disabled people? We talked a lot on the committee about disabled people who couldn't get to different programs and services. So the need to look at that piece quickly. And then there's some promising practices that we identified related to each. You know that the racial and ethnic issues cut across everything. They cut across housing, they cut across access, they cut across all of the other contextual factors, and we need to acknowledge that. Housing discrimination as it relates to the criminal justice system issues that we identify, where people come out of jail and aren't able to go into public housing in many situations. So the treatment by the criminal justice system, the need to keep that all in our heads at the same time. Neighborhood conditions, you all work with that quite a bit. Health and well-being. The impact of health and the connection to poverty in this country was overwhelming to me in terms of what I learned from working on that chapter. The chronic illness in this country is on the rise. And it's not at all connected to understanding that many of the people who have chronic illnesses are in neighborhoods where there's no access to health care. So you're starting to see how unraveled things are for people who are low income. But there are promising practices around health and well-being. So I just wanted to spend a few more minutes on the recommendations related to housing. You know that there are a lot of different housing programs, right? And we wanted to address all of them, and we could really only address, we knew that housing is essential to move people forward, stabilize people, make sure that they can get a job and keep a job. You know, housing is at the core of all of this. Housing costs are a key part of how we calculate the supplemental poverty measure. It's increasingly unaffordable. As you all know, people are getting evicted, and that just leads them into deeper poverty. Only 1/4 of eligible households are receiving the housing programs that they are eligible for. And we propose an expansion of the housing voucher program to reach more eligible families with children. Now, we didn't make any other recommendations related to housing for, I think, the next one. So let me just talk about it. We're proposing 2 options for each of our policy proposals. And the difference between the 2 options is the number of people that would be impacted, and therefore the cost. So you'll see that in option, and then how they impact deep poverty. So those are that's what that shows. Are you all familiar with the TRIM model? So the TRIM model that we use throughout is an analytical model that can take the connection between making certain investments in policy programs and the outcomes. And it factors in take-up rates and all kinds of things that I don't even want to think about, but it factors in all the things that will get you to an understanding of the impact that a tweak in the program will have in terms of the poverty rate. Okay? So that one covered 70%, and the other one covered 50%. Okay? So I do want to say that there were some drawbacks to the fact that we use a supplemental poverty measure. It's just because of how subsidized housing gets calculated in that formula. So the drawbacks were not significant enough that we wanted to toss it out. but I did want to mention that they're all drawbacks. You can read some more in it in the report. There were a lot of suggestions. I don't know, did any of you make recommendations to the committee? We had an overwhelming number of recommendations from people in the housing world for what to do. And we looked at all of the recommendations. 1 minute, okay. So, and we had to make a decision based on what research we had available to us as to whether to do it. So, the reason we went with the housing voucher program is because public housing is on the decline. We didn't want to invest in public housing. We thought investing in the voucher program was the best to give people the opportunity to go into the private housing market. And then we knew that there would be a need to work with developers on the supply side if we went in another direction, and we knew that that would take too long to have real impact on the 10-year time frame. And then there wasn't a lot of data that we could use to track the impact of that. Now I have about half a second. So I want to encourage you to use this tool. You can use it by neighborhood, you can use it by zip code to really understand poverty in your neighborhood and how the different programs get played out, given how you increase or decrease them. So you can get that, and then this is where you can get the whole report. Make it? Okay.
Good morning. So I am here and I get to talk to you about my very favorite subject, child allowance. I am a faculty member at the University of Michigan, and I run a new university-wide initiative called Poverty Solutions. Our charge from President Schlissel is to partner with communities and policymakers to find new ways to prevent and alleviate poverty in Michigan, the nation, and the world. So we're just trying to bite off a little thing. And we really try to take seriously and echo the premise of the remarks by Congresswoman Lee this morning, that we want to try to do transformational things. We want to allow ourselves to envision what would it really look like in a decade if we made a transformational impact in reducing child poverty. What would that look like? And what would we have to do as soon as we could envision that? What do we have to work back to make that a reality? So in my own work, much of my research has been about child poverty in the United States. I wrote a book with Kathy Eden called $2 a Day, where I went from being primarily a policy wonk, data nerd type of guy, and I'm still that. I love spreadsheets. They make me feel warm inside. But in $2 a Day, I got to go all over the country and meet families whose only income coming into the household was what they made from selling their blood plasma. And I got to find out about what the exchange rate for selling your food stamps was, because people couldn't pay their rent or the utility bills. 50 cents on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar. Down in the Mississippi Delta, 30 cents on the dollar, because there's so many people with extreme low levels of cash income. I got to see what family homelessness looks like in America, where you have families and shelters and on the street, but probably even more so doubled up with families and friends in precarious settings. And we've been working with a student of mine in the administrative data in the state in Michigan, looking at child homelessness as recorded by the public schools, kids that are in shelters, on the street, or precariously doubled up with families and friends. And we find that 1 in 10 kids in Michigan experience a spell of homelessness during their school years. So this isn't something that just affects one small population. It's a dynamic experience, and a lot of our kids are going through it. And lately, I've been doing a lot more work not looking at families at the very, very bottom, but looking at the scope of hardship among children. And any measure that you take, trouble, falling behind on your rent, falling behind on your utilities, being in a household where somebody didn't go to the doctor because they couldn't afford it. Children have the highest rates of hardship of any group out there. In fact, when you compare children to seniors, children are in households that experience 2 to 4 times the rates of hardship of seniors. So what do we do? How do we do something transformational? Well, I've been thinking a lot about a couple of tenets for that. And the first starts with an old acronym, keep it simple, stupid, KISS. And don't tell my other policy wonk friends, but I kind of think when we really, all else being equal, when we start to complicate our policies, right? When we put more sort of phasing schedules and notches, right? When we have more hoops that people have to jump through in order to get those. Every time we complicate our policy in some way, I sort of imagine some family falling off, right? Falling out of the program. And so I think there's some complicated policies that work, but usually the simpler, the better. And that's a way that we can make it easy for families to understand. We can make it easy for us to understand, you all who are out there working, right? Trying to keep things simple is important. A second tenet that I've been thinking a lot about is that cash is king. This is, I think, a change, and this conversation has really moved, I would say, over the last 5 to 10 years that we started to understand sometimes helping families, the best possible thing we can do is just show them the money. Turns out, often families know more about what they need in any given circumstance than anyone else. And so when we restrict the type of aid that we provide, right, not only does that sort of complicate it, but it also means maybe we don't get the biggest bang for our buck, right? I would often think as I was watching a family sell their SNAP because they couldn't pay their utilities, which, by the way, is a felony, right? And if you look at the application, most SNAP applications, you'll see, that it says if you get caught trafficking your SNAP, you could face a $250,000 fine and up to 20 years in prison. So actually, by the way, you're better off robbing a bank by the letter of the law than selling your food stamps. Now, I don't think we've ever penalized anyone up to that level, but that's what we make people sign when they come to get aid, right? As I'd follow families and they'd spend, 50 cents, go to a grocery store that they knew do it, and slide through their card for fake groceries of $100 in groceries and get 50 cents back, I would think, we would have gotten such a better value, right? Taxpayers would have gotten such a better value if we just given them the $100 in cash, right? Because that flexibility, because they have other needs, and sometimes food is the easiest thing to get, right? That flexibility mattered to them so much that they were not only willing to break the law, but give up 50% of the purchasing power. I think housing is an example of this, right? I'm all for housing policy, but in Detroit, one of our biggest housing crises, this is a place where I'm doing a lot of work. I have a number of staff members embedded at City Hall in Detroit on a partnership on economic mobility. And one of the biggest housing crises in Detroit is tax foreclosure, right? Where we've seen a quarter of all homes in the city given up to tax foreclosure. That puts pressure on the rental market. And that means you have a lot more instability. And we're not going to keep people in the homes that they own with a lot of the housing policies that we spend time. But cash can. Another tenet is that dignity matters. So as I got to know families, especially parents of the families that we got to know in $2 a day, we were quite certain that the moms especially, or the dads, would go hungry for a day or two if they could be treated with respect. And being poor, being at the very bottom in this country is often sort of a repeated experience of social isolation and rejection. And we do a lot to them in the way that we implement some of our programs by making them sign food stamp applications that criminalizes rational behavior, right, and trafficking their food stamps. And so I think cash matters. I think cash matters a lot. But the way we deliver it, I think, also matters. And we're starting to see a lot of studies that provide cash to families, and they talk about it differently. They might say, this is something that we're offering you because we know you want to do right by your children. And this is some money to help you do that. And we get different results when we say that versus, this is some money we're giving to you because you're poor and you can't take care of your children without it. Okay, so where does that get us? So as is often the case, looking around the world, you can see some models. There's been a number of times in my history where like, what we should really do is provide a child benefit monthly, right, that wouldn't change with income, and treat everybody the same. And it turns out like most other rich countries are already doing this. So a child allowance is just that. It says raising kids is expensive. And in society, we have a vested interest in making sure that parents have the resources they need to do that well. It's universal or near universal, so it treats everyone the same. This is what I really love about it. It turns out I'm a college professor. I have a pretty decent salary, and raising kids, I think, is still expensive. Right? This is a policy that it can appeal to me and to families at the very bottom. It pays out monthly or quarterly, right? So that we know, as we're hearing, we can deal with some of that instability as we're seeing families' incomes that swing, way up and way down over the course of the year. And in the NAS report and in a paper that a number of my colleagues and I wrote a couple of years ago, the typical child allowance that we're talking about is something along the orders of $250 per child per month. 2 families, right? And we say, this is something to help you do right by your children. Canada was so happy with the child benefit that they instituted a number of years ago that they just increased it. They're not just doing $3,000 a year, like this $250 child allowance I was talking about. It goes up to $6,000 a year. My new motto is, we can at least be half as good as Canada. David Brooks had a wonderful column a few weeks ago where he said, whoa, look, Canada had this huge poverty reduction. What did they do? I investigated, and it was grassroots, community level, people getting together and streamlining their services, really working together. And I am all for that stuff, grassroots action. But the reason Canada had such big poverty reduction is the largest in the world child allowance, child benefit. Because it's simple. It's something we can get to everyone. All right. Another thing that I imagine a lot of you think about is the issue of marginal tax rates, right? Where you might be working with families to get them working. Most of the families we got to know, and I imagine a lot of the families that you work with, want to work, and they see work as an option out of poverty. But one of the many barriers to that, right, are these drop-offs in benefits as they go up the chain, right, where their food stamps goes down. If they're in housing, right, their housing voucher declines. And sometimes that can mean that they're no better off. And it turns out working is expensive, right? When you work, got to do something with childcare. You got to get to work. And you got to get your work clothes, right? So the child allowance, again, is simple. It takes care of all of that by saying everybody gets the same amount. So the NAS report, I think, is a landmark report that documents many things with an incredible group of panelists, and I really commend them for the work that they did. I looked at all of these different options on how to reduce child poverty by 50%. One option was to increase the earned income tax credit by 40%. That would impact child poverty. It would reduce child poverty by 16.5%. All right, it's not bad. It's not 50%. Could raise the minimum wage to $10.25 an hour and index it to inflation. Certainly been a lot of talk about the minimum wage. And I'm imagining the economists in the room were part of the reason why it was set at $10.25 and not $15 an hour. But, hey, some of my best friends are economists. But raising the minimum wage to $10.25 an hour, that would reduce child poverty by 1.6%. I think both of these things tell us that as much as we care about work, right, as much as work is important, as much as I think the families who we work with see work as a path out of poverty, we're not going to get to 50% child poverty reduction through work-based programs. Housing voucher, let's get up to 70% of eligible folks. That does a little bit better, 24% poverty reduction. And expansion of SNAP, 30% higher. Boosted up in summer. All great ideas. 18% poverty reduction. A $250 child allowance paid monthly to all families. In the report, they phase it out at like 300 to 400% of poverty, so well above the poverty line. That reduces poverty by 40%, and deep poverty by 50%. And it effectively eliminates the kind of poverty that Kathy, Eden, and I were motivated by to write the book, $2 a Day. So this is transformational change, right? This is something that we would be able to see. You know, sometimes I think studies say, look at the poverty reductions here, and you know, you really have to go to the peer-reviewed article to be able to say, oh, okay, there were poverty reductions, I guess, because we can't see it on the ground. But if we did this, I think all the evidence suggests we would see it. So I recently went up for promotion to full professor, which doesn't matter to anyone except those of us in the academy. And when you do that in the academy, you have to sort of go out for letters where they sort of ask other scholars to review your work and say, are you any good? And so I had written this paper on child allowances a couple years ago, and that was part of my packet. And this one reviewer came back, and you don't know who they are, it's all anonymous, said, well, I guess it's okay for Professor Schaefer to be writing about things like the child allowance, even though it never has any possibility of becoming a reality in this country. I guess it's good to have people sort of writing aspirationally. Well, I can tell you that there's a bill called the American Family Act in the Senate and the House, and the Senate has, I believe, 37 sponsors now. And in the House, it has 181 sponsors. And it does everything that I just described, $250 child allowance paid monthly. When it was introduced, it had 2 sponsors. We were like, yay, it got introduced. There's like 2 people. But now we're up to 37 in the Senate and 181 in the House. And to me, that gets into territory of something that really could be a reality. So I think the technical response to the reviewer on my case file who said that is, suck it. Sorry. You get to say things like that when they give you tenure, and you can just say whatever you want. I'm very convinced that we're not going to do something transformational if we don't try. So take a look at the child allowance, see what you think. Maybe you disagree with me, but let's talk about bold things and move them from pipe dream to reality. Thank you.
So I'm going to pose a few questions to the panel, and then we'll have time for Q&A. I just wanted to mention, take a minute to mention, because I know we didn't get a chance to kind of, so the study's 600 pages, right? There's a lot in there. So just to let you know, some of the things in there to look for that we didn't get a chance to mention is that, you know, the study has a pretty decent discussion around the importance of Medicaid, even though it doesn't model, right, the poverty reducing effects. We know that Medicaid reduces child poverty and has important. So, but it talks about the importance of Medicaid, even if it doesn't actually, you know, model it for exactly how much, right, you know, changes to Medicaid would reduce child poverty. It also talks about other, you know, things in there that that they didn't model but are important, such as paid family leave. They discuss TANF a bit, right, and some of the challenges to modeling changes of that to child poverty reduction. There's also a lot of data in there about how a lot of these policies would affect different subgroups, right? So how we reduce racial and ethnic disparities, the impact particularly in reducing poverty among Black children, Hispanic children, non-citizen children, children in single-parent households. So there's a lot of data in there to look at, and they really do a great job of making sure to prioritize reducing disparities as part of it. So take a look at that section as well. And finally, there's a big part around neighborhoods of persistent poverty, and the kind of contextual factors in reducing persistent poverty versus in places where it's kind of more just current in time. So again, that also might be helpful. So a lot in there. But okay, so I want to pose a question to our Christine and Luke. So, what are some of the barriers that you see, kind of in implementing some of these of what we see in the study? And in particular, right, as one of the children's advocates kind of on this panel, what are the particular barriers for children, right? When we're doing child advocacy, what are some of the particular barriers we see around really improving outcomes for children in particular?
Well, I think most of the barriers to doing everything that's in the report are political, and trying to, I think, come to a common agenda about what matters to us as a country and how we should live that out in our policy. I think a second piece of that is a question about cost, right? So that was another criticism when our original paper came out. And a criticism of the recommendations of the report is that this costs a lot of money. Interestingly, I think that conversation changed when we had the large tax cut, which is a fair amount more expensive, or at least equivalently expensive, is what we lay out with a child allowance, right? So as we talked about what is the good use of our resources, the conversation changed in that regard. We have always had a big tie to work, right, with our safety net. So I think work is a fundamental sort of value, is connected to fundamental values in society. And so I think the standard logic has always been policies that are not tied to work are politically less viable. And I think that sort of premise, right, has guided a lot of the way that we do policy making through huge expansions of the earned income tax credit that I love, but you only get if you're working. I think it's a misnomer to call it a safety net, per se. And reductions in the access to cash assistance, right, for families at the very bottom. And when we've done the tying of stuff to work, there have been some consequences to that I think we have to start to talk about. So when you look at the current child tax credit, 50% of Black and Hispanic children don't receive the full CTC. And 1 in 5 don't get anything at all of Black children. And 70% of children in single mother families don't get the full credit, because it all phases in with earnings, right? So to me, I think this is a time to reassess our, this premise of tying everything that we do to work. And it's possible that I'm wrong and that a policy that isn't tied to work will go down in flames. But I do worry that sometimes in our discussions, we've taken that so much as a fact, right? It's almost like a religious fact. That we rule ourselves out from thinking about what really matters. And that's part of what I really admired about this report, is it asks the question of, like, what do we really have to do to reduce child poverty in a transformational way? And came to the conclusion that we're not going to do it only with benefits that are tied to work. Not to say we shouldn't have benefits that are tied to work, but that can't be the only game in town.
So I'm going to give you 2 answers, because I'm going to have to take my Child Welfare League hat off and give you the answer through the lens of the National Academies. Some of the most, this work took place over 2 years, well, 2 years plus. And some of the most robust conversations were around work and marriage and what we could say. And they connect right back to this values perspective in this country. that ties back to the extent to which we value our children and believe in and value their parents for wanting to do the same thing. And there's a very, very strange perception of what work is for lower income people. It's not recognized that work is usually tying together about 8 different things that you're doing in a day in order to knit together enough to even just, afford anything. And so the difficulty of work, the challenges of work are not elevated enough in conversations. So it was through that as the committee we were able to say, let's really look carefully at work. Let's look carefully at the extent to which people want to work and what's preventing them from working, and the extent to which work requirements impact the ability of people to access other services and benefits. So that's one of the things in the report that I think is important to look at. TANF is a really good example of this. Go this way. TANF is a really good example of where we had real challenges because there's no constituency around TANF, temporary assistance for needy families. The perception is about those people who need money. And so now I'll put my child welfare hat on, and the families that we come into contact with are families that want to work for the most part, even though the perception of the child welfare world is that these are people different somehow from us. But it's people who want to work, people who want to raise their children, but who are dealing with all of the contextual issues that are mentioned in the report. So for me, really finding that balance between understanding when it's values perspectives that are holding us back versus when it's evidence. There's a huge lack of evidence in this country for any programs related to children and families, a huge lack. And one of the chapters in the report talks about the fact that there's not good evidence. There's not good, and why is that? Because it's not a good, it goes back to the values. Well, we can't help those folks with all the research in the world because they just want to be poor. They just want to do what they're doing right now. So focusing on evidence and making sure that evidence, we knew nothing about the Native American population. Very, very little about the Native American population because no one collects information. It's always, well, they're too small a population for us to understand. There's very limited information about Medicare or Medicaid or even housing, and its significance for people. So there's a whole chapter saying we have to value people enough that we want to do research about them. I mean, it's kind of simple. We haven't integrated information, so when we think about studying a community, it's usually, well, we're going to study this African American community and look at the impact of race on various things, without understanding that those same people are also people who, in addition to race, there's age, there's income, and there's so many other things that we need to look at and tease out to better understand what's happening. So with both my CWLA hat on and the committee hat, I think we have a real problem in this country in valuing people who have less than we have, and that's what we really need to address in order to move this forward and recognize that everyone deserves to be able to raise their children the way they want to raise them,
Yeah. And, I'll add to that, in advocating for children on the federal level, and this thing might be shared, it's really hard to get lawmakers to prioritize kids. They always say they care about kids, right? I believe many of them do. But, there's no constituency to hold them accountable for kids. Kids don't vote. There's no kids' political PACs, right? So, they can say and give lip service to doing something about kids, but then won't, actually always make them a priority. And that, for the public as well, and we've done polling as to what are the most important issues for you in an election. Kids never come up, right? But then when you asked, well, what about, they're like, well, of course, but they would never think that as a political issue, right? They would never vote based on what a lawmaker says they're going to do for kids. And so, we see in the media, it's often kind of still a soft issue, right? Something happening around kids. That, I think a study like this is really helpful and got some attention, but we need to really use it to really push forward as this has to be a priority. We always say kids are a quarter of our population, generation, but all of our future, right? Sometimes that that helps a little bit, but so, you know, I think building on all the things we just discussed is, in particular, doing something around kids we find really difficult. So, well, we want to leave plenty of time for you guys to ask questions, and then if there isn't, you know, a lot, we could always facilitate some more up here, but want to open it up to the audience for questions.
Hi, thank you. This has been really stimulating. My name is Dan Frayne. I'm a family physician in Asheville, North Carolina. And I'm wondering, you know, a lot of what you talk about in this study is on the federal level. What is your recommendations if we have influence on the local level in our community, our city, our county, our region? What can we implement locally without waiting for the federal changes that you suggest? Is there any nuggets that we could take locally and have control over to influence this?
I would just, first of all, there's a tool that will help you understand your local dynamics that I think is important to look at this on the National Academies website. We did look at least drill down to the state level to understand better the implications of some of the changes on the states. And I think the biggest takeaway for the committee was how different states were from each other in terms of how they used various programs and services and how they did or did not provide fair access to programs and services. So I think it's important to do a comparison of your state to other states. You know, are there things that you're not doing that you could be doing, but you just didn't know you could? You could find that by looking at other states. And I think really understanding that the Earned Income Tax Credit Program, for example, can be done at the state level also as an addition. So there are things you can do at the state level, and many states are way behind other states in terms of the extent to which they picked up these various benefits. And they need to understand that they are so you can be strong advocates to get your state to move forward.
I agree with all of that, and I guess I would just recommend a starting place would be to do some listening and try to connect with the communities and the folks who you are trying to work, whose behalf you would like to work on, and ask them what's going on with them, because sometimes the answers surprise us. So I've been, as I mentioned, doing a lot of work in the city of Detroit. And when I went in and formed this partnership with the mayor on economic mobility, trying to identify the policies that we could pursue to enhance economic mobility in the poorest large city in the country, I can tell you for certain that the one issue that was not on my mind was the cost of auto insurance. So Michigan has the highest auto insurance in the country, and Detroit has the highest auto insurance in Michigan. So the same policy that costs $1,300 nationally is $5,400 in the city of Detroit. And this is the outcome of actually well-intentioned policies. So in Michigan, years ago, we said, you know what, if you suffer major medical challenges after an auto accident, you shouldn't have to worry at all. You should be covered. And so we have this unlimited cap of medical expenses for folks who are injured in auto. And then also it turns out that things get a little more complicated when you look under the hood. Sorry for the pun. That if your auto insurance pays a medical bill, in Michigan, they pay 100% of whatever they're charged. Well, we know if your health insurance pays a medical bill, they only pay like 50 or 60%. And then finally, that companies are starting to use a lot of these non-driving factors to set the rates. So they say, in Michigan, if you have bad credit and a perfect driving record, you'll pay more in auto insurance than someone who has excellent credit in a DUI. So when we started asking around, working in surveys, going to community meetings, asking people what they needed to change, auto insurance bubbled up to the top, always. And so we've gotten involved in that debate, and that's a very sort of particular debate to the state of Michigan. But we released a brief a few weeks ago, and we're in the Free Press and the Detroit News, and actually we're here on behalf of Congresswoman Lee to testify in the House. And I think that was part of an effort in Michigan where we now have some bills that are working their way through the House and the Senate. And we're hoping that we're going to get real relief soon. So that's, one of those issues that I was saying, from the comfort of our offices, we often just don't even know the right questions to ask a lot of the time. In housing, a lot of the laws are local. So I think we have to figure out a way to drive down the cost of building housing in this country. Right now, it's just untenable what it costs to build affordable housing. But most of those costs are wrapped up in zoning laws. So could you look in your community at exclusionary zoning laws, right? Where when communities could no longer segregate, right, by race or income, they found other things to segregate by sort of make it impossible to build units that folks at the lower income, lower levels of the income distribution could afford. Low-income housing tax credit, how is that taken up in your communities? I think that's a place where there's lots of opportunity, but starting with listening, I think, is important because often the answers will surprise us.
Yeah, and I'll just quickly add, there's some places where they formed things like they're calling child poverty councils, right? Or some kind of cross-sector group where folks from different agencies are coming together to at least connect and kind of examine, right? Again, why do we might have, particularly high child poverty rate, or what's causing it? And then they could take on particular issues that's affecting kids in their state. So, maybe it's increasing state, minimum wage. Maybe it's, creating a state EITC or child tax credit, whatever it is, but then you could, be communicating about that and working across those silos, and we've seen more progress in places. You could set a state child poverty target, as we've seen in some places, at least say we care about working towards this goal and we want to figure out, what we need to do around it, and increasing data for sure on kids. We know that, we need more data around what's affecting kids.
I just want to say how important the listening piece is, but you also have to really listen, right? So I was at a community session where the neighbors were asked what was their number one problem, and they said it was rats. And the group that was sponsoring it had nothing to do with rats and all. So they kind of dismissed that as well, it's just rats. So they lost so much credibility with that community by dismissing it in that way, that it would have been better for them not to even ask the question. So you have to ask it knowing you better.
There's such an opportunity lost there, right? Because if they take care of the rats, that community is going to be willing to listen to what they have to say a whole lot more in the next round.
Hi. Morning, everyone. Wonderful panel. Thank you. The information is great. My name is Harold Simon, and I'm from Shelter Force Magazine. We're a 44-year-old community development publication, and we've been writing about everything that you've spoken about for 4.5 decades almost, especially housing. I have a question about something that was said at the very top of this presentation, that the problem we have is political will. And you've each spoken more or less directly about that, but can you tell us a little bit about strategies that we can use, that the folks here who probably know all of the information without the data by just being there, that you've presented, strategies that we can use to change that political will, and strategies that the folks in this room can use with their people that they serve. And please feel free to take your institutional hats off.
So I think really taking seriously the issues of framing and what are the messages that really connect with people that they can understand. Obviously I'm making a pitch for simpler programs. I think if people can't understand a program, it's harder for them to get behind it. So maybe a child allowance is right or not. I'm pretty sure it is, but maybe it's not. But it has all of these benefits of being simple, being something that connects broader constituencies, right? Where we can eliminate the kind of poverty that Kathy and I wrote about in $2 a day, and positively impact middle-class families. I think a second piece of it is looking for strange bedfellows. So in my view, if you're spending all of your conversations and everyone's nodding at every single thing you said, you probably aren't talking to exactly the right constellation of people. And in Michigan, one example that we've had recently in my own work a number of years ago, to take us in a little different bit of a direction, I got really concerned about access to oral health care being a primary unmet health care need, especially of children. Is a major reason why kids miss school, why adults miss work. 30% of Americans say they don't think they can go to the dentist because of cost. And I, again, was like, hey, I've got this great idea that no one's ever thought of, that we should have like a nurse practitioner of the dental field that can take some of the scope of dentists. Mostly the restorative scope, being able to do fillings, right, and simple extractions. And yet again, when I looked, worldwide, it turns out 50 other countries were already doing this for a long time. And New Zealand has one of these exact types of providers and has eradicated untreated tooth decay among children. Eradicated untreated tooth decay among children. And so a couple of years ago, I started really pitching that, promoting that in the state of Michigan, saying, hey, we should take a really close look at bringing what people often refer to as a dental therapist. And that made me very unpopular among dentists, it turns out. But a lot of social service, actually my first hate mail in my career was from dentists. Some of my best friends are dentists now, but they generally don't like the idea. But a guy who really liked the idea was a guy named Mike Shirkey, who's the Republican head of the state Senate, and is a guy who comes at issues very differently than me, but thinks that we can improve access to services and improve well-being by reducing regulation. And he championed the dental therapy bill. And we passed it in Michigan. We're like the 5th state to pass a dental therapist. And I think it's a great example of issues that can straddle the divide. So I'm all about a child allowance, but I also think we have to look for opportunities of common ground, sort of look out sometimes of the usual suspects of the things that we're used to always thinking about. Because I see dental therapy as both a way to get more aid to kids and a way to create meaningful job opportunities. Now, at the same time that Mike Shirkey was championing the dental therapy and I was cheering him on, he was also championing Medicaid work requirements in Michigan, which I happen to think is epically bad policy. And so that was, I had some students, who would say, how can you promote this guy's agenda when he does this other thing that you disagree with? And I said, I think that's what we really have to do. We have to look for the common ground across, groups and people who think differently from us. In Detroit, one of the things I'm most proud of that we've been able to do, of converting renters into homeowners when their landlords don't pay the property taxes, because you have a lot of people who come in and buy up homes super cheap, they don't invest in them, and they just throw them away when they get foreclosed on and buy a bunch more. And we were able to create a program that converted those renters into homeowners. That was done by the city's Department of Housing, a group of lawyers who represent poor folks who are dealing with tax foreclosure called the United Community Housing Coalition, and Quicken Loans, which is one of the biggest mortgage producers in the country and headquartered in downtown Detroit. And there's a lot of ambivalence about the relationship between vulnerable communities in Detroit and Quicken Loans. But this partnership and this thing that we've now put about 600 families through and really stabilized their housing in Detroit was only possible because UCHC and Quicken Loans came together, found some common ground, and did something that practically mattered.
So I agree with everything you said. I would add or go one level deeper on a couple of things. One is I think we need to do more of what you all are about in this room, both on the advocacy level and the service delivery level. We need to be working more in partnerships, because what I find when I go on the Hill is that we get pitted against each other. If you go and talk about the importance of housing, then you must not be for child welfare, or vice versa. So forming partnerships with others, learning a common language that we can all use together, I think is critically important. So, and the second thing is, I believe around finding the common. I think I now believe that, and it's very heartbreaking to me, I believe that most people want to think about themselves as kind of do-gooders and want to be thought about as do-gooders, but they really are looking to get something out of it. And where we've been successful in places when we can show people the win-win for them. So a quick example, when I lived in Philadelphia, I ran the United Way there, and we had someone from the UPS on our board. And we were trying to get the state of Pennsylvania to add the third shift to be eligible for reimbursement for childcare. And so we were just being listened to as, yeah, until we were sitting at a board meeting and the head of the organization, UPS, happened to mention that he was having trouble getting employees for the third shift. And we were able to make that connection for him, and all of a sudden he became our biggest advocate. So I like to think that the guy was a good guy, because he was, he was on the board, but he got motivated when he saw the win-win. So I think beyond looking for the common areas, we really need to figure out what the win-win is, because I think human nature is that's what gets us motivated and ready to go, right? Yeah, so.
My name is Michael Mira from Tacoma, Washington. Thank you very much for your discussion. You have listed recommendations. You attributed a decrease in child poverty that would result from each of them. Are those reductions cumulative?
So, not really, not the way you would want, because it's almost impossible to tease it out in that way. But we were able to look and make specific connections to certain programs reducing. Now, I actually think, given that question, the reality is we would see even a greater reduction if those programs started to work in a synchronized way with each other. But we weren't able to do that. I wish we could have. Poverty reduced by 100%.
Yeah, I think the only thing where that was done was in the packages, when they would have both the child allowance and the EITC as a way of saying, we have these different values of family and work, and packaging those together. So in that case, they are.
Well, please join me in thanking our panel. We will be taking a brief 10-minute break. Those of you who are joining into the live webcast, we will be back then.
Good morning. Good morning. We're going to try to get started. If you guys could take your seats. Can you hear me? Hey, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. If everybody can take their seats. Folks in the atrium, we're going to get started with our next plenary speaker.
All right, give me a high sign.
Make love, not war. Now you know how old I actually am.
Hey, I didn't see you over there. Good, yeah, good to see you. Good morning, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. We're going to get started with our next discussion, and I want to take this opportunity to say welcome to our fifth Housing Is Summit, and really appreciated the remarks and interest that was conveyed this morning by Sonia and Stephen and our panelists and our Congresswoman. What a fabulous morning so far, and it'll get more fabulous as we go along, so that's great. So I'm Greg Russ. I'm Executive Director of the Minneapolis Public Housing Authority, and we are very interested in this kind of work. It's one of the reasons that we're here. We were just able to launch our own cross-collaborative called Stable Homes, Stable Schools, which actually is the first time we were able to convince our city to actually put housing subsidy into designed to address families who are at risk in the school system. So we felt very pleased with that component. But it is a multi-faceted partnership, as I believe many of the things that we're going to talk about here will have to be. I've been asked to introduce our next speaker, David of Opportunity Insights. And Opportunity Insights, they have a website. It's very fancy. It's well done, actually. So, yeah, and it's akin to work that started a few years back with Raj Chetty and Nathan Hendren and Larry Katz, and a lot of their work on extending the data from moving to opportunity, a lot of their work on their own studies about mobility. And we are one of the housing authorities that hopes to participate in CMTO. We are waiting on discussions with HUD about creating a regional to work agency as to whether or not we might be able to do that with a partner agency in our area. But CMTO and now Opportunity Insights really were founded based on the work that Raj and Nathan and Larry did a few years back, and that we were able to get involved with. When I first saw the study that they did, I was still in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And I want to tell you, there's nothing better than going up to Harvard in the summer and talking to these two guys in their Hawaiian shirts and shorts, because you really get the economic flavor of it. At any rate, this next speaker has had tremendous background. He served as senior advisor to the mayor of Detroit, Mike Dugan, and he was a member of the mayor's economic development team. He's been with Opportunity Insight about a year. And one of the things that we're going to talk about is that there's a number of factors that we know what happens when families move. We know the outcome. We don't know necessarily which things inside that path triggered those results and to what degree. And one of the balance points for us is, are there not only work when we move a family, but might there be a corresponding set of ideas that would work if we were making an in-place investment? And I think that's an interesting subject to tease out, and I hope we hear a little bit about that. And this is a great opportunity to list what one of the premier research groups is thinking about, how they're working with big data, and how we'll be able to use it. David will be joined by Colin Groth of Strive Together, and we're going to have a great discussion. And frankly, to me, having done this for such a long time, this group, this whole concept of what advances a household is just an energizing discussion. I sort of want to go around now in Minneapolis and give out child allowances. Walking around money, I think. But at any rate, I want to welcome our next two, David and Colin. Please come up, and we're looking forward to your conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. I appreciate that. Can everyone hear me? All right, good morning. Oh, no. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. Can you hear me now? Is the mic working? It sounds like it's working. Perfect. Once again, my name is David Williams. I serve as the policy director at Opportunity Insights, a research and policy lab based at Harvard, founded by Professors Raj Chetty, Finn Hendren, and John Friedman. And in my role, it's thinking about how we take research and be more supportive of practitioners and policymakers on the ground. And I think almost more importantly, working on the ground to help make our research agenda more responsive to the needs of the people doing the actual work. Service, because I'm going to try to incorporate interactive polling technology with a live presentation. But I want to keep people engaged, not just talk at you for the next 20 minutes. So if you're interested in participating and you have a smartphone or laptop, if you go on to pollev.com/opportunity232, you can log into the software, and then I'll ask a few questions during the presentation. I want to get your feedback and really make this a dialogue. But so before we dive in, I want to start with thinking about the concept of the American dream. A multifaceted idea, but one that cores around if you work hard, if you provide for your family, the assumption is your children will live to be more successful than you, that they'll be able to rise up the income ladder. And our research group tried to quantify it and think critically about, is this dream, is this assumption of upward mobility still a reality? So what we've done is, using historical IRS tax records, comparing earnings of children to their parents. And looking at that, in the 1940s, the American dream was a virtual guarantee that over 90% of kids born in that decade grew up to earn more than their parents. They had higher than their parents. But we've seen that that dream has faded, so much so that by the time you get to the 1980s, for kids born like me in the 80s, that dream has turned into a coin flip. It's a 50-50 proposition, whether we will live the American dream, be more successful than our parents. And I think in many core of a lot of the cultural and political frustration we're seeing today, that this assumption of growth and development and prosperity has become so fleeting for many, and in some ways helps animate our work. Right? How do we use big data and research to reverse these trends? So my role is thinking about taking big data, taking the research we do, to think about how we support practitioners to actually create scalable policy solutions, to help low-income families, to empower low-income families, help them rise out of poverty, to help us create stronger communities, and again, reverse these trends at the national So we use big data to study how to increase upward mobility. And I think as the theme of this summit points to, there's not just one silver bullet. We're not just looking at housing or early childhood or health or education, but how all those things come together and how we can work together more effectively to really have transformation. And a starting point for our research is looking at the geographic differences of mobility. Again, very nervous. Oh wow, people already did it. You kind of beat me to the punch, great. So the first question, if you haven't already answered, is thinking around, where do you think in the country economic mobility rates are highest? And so what we're specifically looking at is for low-income children growing up in different regions of the country. And we use IRS and Census Bureau data to track this. What are their long-term outcomes in adulthood? And are they earning more than their parents? So we see a lot of folks who are very bullish on California and the New England and Mid-Atlantic region, some Texas folks. I don't see many people in Michigan. That saddens me. So the first thing to note is that it differs dramatically across the country. So it's not just a temporal trend of the dream, but there are some places where this American dream is a reality. You see in the Great Plains especially, and on the coast, these areas of deeper blue, where children are growing up to earn much more than their parents. So again, children growing up in families that made around $25,000. In places like Salt Lake City, they're growing up to make almost in Dubuque, Iowa, $46,000 on average. When you look at places like the Southeast, communities like Charlotte, that despite economic growth that's been happening there for 10, 20, 30 years, low-income kids on average grow up and remain low income. And one thing we see as well is that across the country also exist within communities. And so my hometown of Detroit, very clear with that red coloring, is that outcomes for low-income kids are much lower within the city than in the adjoining suburbs. And again, these are children growing up in similarly low-income families in different census tracts. That impact of place is real. And actually, as Professor Schaefer mentioned earlier, Detroit has gone through a dramatic physical trauma over the past 50 years. A city of 1.8 million people, now around 600,000. We actually lost almost a quarter in 2000 and 2010, and 150,000 properties were lost through tax foreclosure. So when I actually went to the mayor's office, we were entering into bankruptcy, the largest bankruptcy in the history of the country. And so we had a task that was much different than most communities. One, just being able to city services in a competent way, and then thinking about how do we physically rebuild the infrastructure of our city. But we were able to use that bankruptcy as a call to action. It was very clear that we couldn't rebuild alone, and we couldn't do it overnight, and we couldn't do it across the entire city, right? Having to make hard choices and working across subject matter areas. So first targeting blight removal, leveraging housing investments in very targeted ways, and thinking about how do we invest in neighborhoods strategically, really building on strength to grow in a sustainable, holistic way. I think similar to the folks in this room, again, how do we work to confront big challenges across sectors? And I think in Detroit, the emergency of bankruptcy helped align and coordinate us. So again, first working to remove blight, and then bringing the philanthropic community and city county governments together with one plan to really raise the funds and support and resources we would need to tackle this challenge. So that we're able to actually start changing the way our neighborhoods looked, really start rebuilding our commercial corridors, and becoming a place that actually attracts jobs. But as we were doing this work, the question remained, as we start to bring people into the city, as we actually start to see growth and development, how do we ensure that the families who lived through the bad times were actually benefiting from this progress? How do we make sure that we're actually changing the life outcomes of those low-income kids who are living in our neighborhoods? And in some sense, diving back into the data helps us think more critically about this. So for example, one thing is that we know that jobs alone aren't the answer. When we correlate job growth in the past 10, 20 years rates in communities we don't see a very high correlation. So again, communities like Charlotte and Atlanta are surprises, right? They've grown tremendously. They've been attracting jobs at a tremendous rate, but they actually had a mobility rate lower than Detroit that had negative job growth during that exact same period. And we're working with stakeholders in Charlotte, and they have become a magnet for talent, that they're filling those jobs with new folks who are moving in. But that those low-income kids who grow up in that community are not benefiting from that prosperity. And so again, other issues, if you're familiar with demographics in this country, start thinking about race. And so this map, again, looks at mobility rates for low-income kids, but now is comparing outcomes for black men compared to white men who are growing up in similarly low-income families. And one thing to note is that these two maps are on the exact same color scale. And what that means is that the best places for low-income black men in terms of economic outcomes are still worse than the worst places for low-income white men. So seeing that, again, race is a cross-cutting factor that impacts all communities. We still see place matters, right, within these different subgroups, but there's something happening in our communities that is very dramatic that if we don't really address and confront, we're not going to really create that transformative change that I think we're all working towards. And we see the impact of race is so dramatic that even in higher income families, we start to see downward mobility. So this graphic that the New York Times put together based on some of our research, comparing outcomes for black and white men growing up in high income families. And what you can see is that the green dots are white men. And they on average generally stay in that upper income bracket if they started there. Black men, they're actually more likely to grow up to be lower income adults than stay in that same income bracket where they grew up. So when we think about the income ladder and rising up it, it's more like a treadmill for black men in our country. So even if one generation rises up, there's still these forces pulling them back down. If we don't address these systemic issues that are at the root of these trends, we're not going to be able to close those gaps along racial lines. And we see this playing out in Detroit as well. Dramatic segregation that I think causes some of the outcomes that you saw in this previous map. But one thing we can do to get a bit more nuance with the data is actually look at outcomes specifically for black men. So we'll do it on this map here. And this is comparing the outcomes for low-income black men compared to outcomes for low-income black men across the country. And we start to see more variance. So we know that race, and it's sometimes depressing to see some of these statistics, but if we look at the differences even within neighborhoods, it can start to point at what might be some policy pathways and critical ways to think about these issues moving forward. So for example, the Goldberg neighborhood in Detroit, the outcomes are up there, they're only making $14,000. So dramatic downward mobility for these kids in low-income families. But just a few miles down the road in Aviation subdivision, for kids in similar types of households, they're making almost twice as much. And again, this is in the same city for kids in similarly low-income families in between these two different neighborhoods. One factor outcome we can look at are incarceration rates. So in Goldberg, we have an incarceration rate for that same population of 17%. And what that means in this statistic specifically is that for all the low-income black men who grew up in that neighborhood, on the day of the census in 2010, 1 in 5 was in jail. A dramatic number, but magnitudes higher than a place like Aviation subdivision. 4% still is not great, but is much lower. So what's going on in these places that might help us think about how we can intervene more effectively? And that's what I is help use the data to pinpoint these data points, to provide communities with information to start thinking critically about these issues and support their policy initiatives. And then thinking about placing that impact, part of what we see is that every year of exposure to it has real impact and has tangible impact on the outcomes of the kids who grow up there. So for those similar neighborhoods, Goldberg and Aviation, for a child who made a move between those places, every year they're in a higher opportunity neighborhood like Aviation subdivision, we see they literally earn more money in adulthood. And we see it's not good, but for every year up until the early 20s, these places have a real impact on these tangible outcomes that we're able to measure. And I mention this because it's not just about the actual moves, but I think it shows that it's not just about the inherent quality of the family or families who live in certain places, but that it has a real impact, and I think points to policies and interventions can make real change happen. And so again, my job is to think about how we take this data, sometimes depressing, and turn it into action and solutions. And again, I think my role is to think critically about how we can be supportive of doing this work on the ground and be more responsive to your needs in general. And so we've been working on 3 different policy pillars. Because we're able to pinpoint places that have better and worse outcomes for low-income children, how do we start reducing segregation, right? Reducing the patterns and histories of redlining that have defined our communities for the past 50, 60, 70 years? And how do we create and decrease barriers of access to high opportunity places for our families and children? And how do we more effectively invest in these neighborhoods and communities that have been disinvested in during the same time period? And as we rebuild and support how do we push kids into high quality colleges and universities that can help propel them into stable careers and the middle class? And so a few quick concrete examples is we're very pleased to have had the opportunity to work with great partners at the Seattle and King County to think critically about how we can best start leveraging our housing funding and housing dollars to really create greater springboards to opportunity. And like most communities across the country, housing vouchers are largely concentrated in lower opportunity places. So how do we start thinking more critically about reducing barriers of opportunity places and learning from our partners on the ground what are interventions to help create more opportunities and more options for these families? We have a pilot project right now, a randomized control trial, working on that exact same question. I think we're feeling optimistic that by actually providing those human capital supports, we're able to further housing work to create greater springboards to opportunity and create more access to higher opportunity places. And I'll put in a little plug. My colleagues from Opportunity Insights and our partners from Seattle and King County and CVPP will be talking about this more in depth about our opportunity mapping specifically and what that work looks like on the ground. I think it's a very of how researchers and academics can work directly with policymakers and practitioners to think more critically about the work we're doing. So if you're interested, please attend that panel later in the afternoon. Then place-based investments. And interactive session number, you guys are beating me to it. I wanted to ask a question and fine. So the question is, what characteristics do you think most affect opportunity within communities? And there's a lot of them. When they move too, I like that. Schools, childcare, jobs, transportation, income, segregation, infrastructure, sexism, healthcare. What this points to is that there's not just one solution. And how do all of these things come together, not just in fun infographics, but in the real world? Right? How do we work together to bring all of these things together in communities and neighborhoods in comprehensive ways and push them into the middle class, into college, and into stable careers in the long run, and really create greater rates of economic mobility? And some of what our research points to are a few of these factors that we see very highly correlated with higher opportunity neighborhood. So things like a lower neighborhood poverty rate and better school quality are pretty intuitive, right? Schools that have better outcomes for low-income kids are probably good for the neighborhoods where they exist. And similarly, when you have more economically integrated neighborhoods, those are places where you see better outcomes for low-income kids. But there are also factors that are a bit less intuitive in the data is that in neighborhoods that have a higher proportion of two-parent households, the kids in those communities do better on average. That I think is sometimes a controversial issue from both sides of the political spectrum. I imagine there are some folks where just want to encourage marriage. I'm not sure what the policy lever for. On the other side, think about the criminal justice system, right? Why are there in some communities so few fathers present? And one thing we see in the data that's very striking is that it's of course important, especially for young black men, to have a father in their household. But we see in communities that have a higher presence of black men who grow up there, on average do better. And similarly, social capital, I mentioned that the data points to jobs not being the only solution, and we see that the proximity of jobs in neighborhoods doesn't necessarily translate to better outcomes. But we do see that in neighborhoods that have a greater proportion of adults employed, better outcomes for the kids who grow up there. And in some ways, I think this points to that issue of exposure and kids seeing people they can relate to, modeling good behaviors that put them on a track to college and to stable careers. And this issue of exposure, I think, can help us think about what are the are focused on and how do we target them even more to our communities, especially when we see that even in the same community, black and white kids have very different outcomes. So how do we tailor what we're doing in the ways that we need to really have those long-term impacts? Education. This chart here, by linking Department of Education data to our IRS long-term outcomes, is able to look at access rates and success rates for colleges across the country. And by access, I mean the proportion of students at a particular school who came from families. And the success rate then looks at, for those students, how many grew up to become higher income adults. And the blue dots here are looking at schools in our office's backyard in Boston, actually the top 20 Boston schools in terms of mobility rates. So multiplying that access rate to see what schools are best at really pushing lower income kids into the middle and upper classes. And you have a place like Harvard, probably not surprisingly, has a very good success rate, but you probably aren't shocked there aren't that many low income kids who end up going to Harvard. Harvard is a great place, but those kids would if they didn't go to Harvard. And then, as you can imagine, a lot of community colleges that have much better access rates oftentimes don't have as high of success rates. What's interesting is looking at these schools that outperform. And so a small school in Boston, Benjamin Franklin Institute, actually has high access rates and also has high success rates for those students. And again, it has higher access rates than many schools that are much more selective, not selective, but have many fewer low-income students. And similarly, has better success rates that have lower access. So by parsing the data, thinking about what are these outliers doing, right? Which of these schools that actually are propelling significant numbers of kids from low-income families into the middle class, into the upper class, and into stable careers? What can we learn from them, and how can we parse this data in useful ways? How do we create higher access to these schools that are successful at doing this? It's already there. So here's my question, if you haven't answered it already. How do you think national access rates have changed over time? Oh, so we're assuming they're decreasing. And of course, this is a trick question. That'd be way too easy, right? Come on. So overall, we're seeing access rates increasing, but of the highest mobility rate institutions, we're seeing a slight decrease in access rates. Individual institutions, how do we reverse these trends, especially with these institutions that have a track record of really being successful for low-income students? And I think that's what's interesting to me is there's one, the individual work at individual schools, then thinking at a community level how we create better ecosystems to the needs of our local communities, then what national levers are there to change these trends to create more access for students across the country. And so we have a partnership with over 400 colleges and universities across the country asking this exact question, is one, how do we increase access more broadly so we increase these success rates at the same time? And so I talked about Detroit earlier and how we used bankruptcy as a call to action to help align resources and bring different stakeholders to the table. We're currently working with the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County on an initiative. And in many ways, this was sparked by the work that Raj and team did a few years ago, looking at mobility rates for regions across the country, which pointed out that Charlotte had the lowest mobility rates of the 50 biggest metros in the country. And instead of being defensive, local leaders used that as a call to action. Great things happening in Charlotte. We're growing, we're a prosperous place, but how can we become a higher opportunity place for our low-income families and our children? And so they spent 2 years bringing together people from across spectrums, corporate, philanthropic, city, county, to think about these issues critically, to study what families are facing across a range of issues. And we're now working with them to see how big data can be useful to that conversation. So working with Central Piedmont Community College and UNC Charlotte to think about how to increase access and success rates. Working with the Charlotte Housing Authority and their housing departments in the city to think about affordable housing in opportunity neighborhoods. And working with their local neighborhood organizations to think critically about how we can infuse evidence-based and research-informed practices into their grassroots work. And I think it's a testament to Charlotte that they are using data and identify as ways to galvanize their communities. And I think it's an interesting lesson how we can all work together, again, to have the transformative impact that I think is our overall goal. And so that's what we're here for. We're here to serve as a resource. But I think, again, most importantly, we sincerely want practitioners so that we can use our data, our resources, our capacity to be more responsive to all the work you're doing. So again, very pleased to be here, excited for the conversation, and I'm happy to answer questions and start kicking off this dialogue. Thank you.
These are really nice chairs. Good morning, I'm Colin Groff. I am the Vice President of Programs for an organization called Strive Together. And I'm really excited to be here with David. Our organization is to settle for a world where race, place, or income are predictive of a child's educational or economic future. And so, we're really excited. Oh, it's the old beard mic interface, yeah. Let's just do this. We are a national movement now. We work in about 67 communities representing 13.7 million children, 8.6 million students of color. And that's about 12.5% now of the total U.S. children's population. And so, talking a little bit, before this panel. And I think one of the things we're really excited about is, we're really not an expert in any particular content area. I think what we're really good at is helping communities to get organized locally to solve problems and to kind of build the capacity within that community to do so. And what I think is so exciting about these data is this is a new way for communities to look at the factors as it relates to place, race, and opportunity in their community. And so I'm excited to have an opportunity to pick David's brain a little bit and to learn with all of you about these exciting data that are emerging. So I wanted to start specifically, one of the that you had brought up was around the creating moves to opportunity. And so as you're thinking about that work, and sounds like already some emerging partnerships with local communities, how do you see CMTO fitting in with sort of this overall research around economic mobility, health, education, all the things that you reference as initiative fit into that work?
Yeah, no, so I think, one, it points to the importance of place. I think just the dramatic impacts that different places have on the families and children who grow up there. And I think, in a certain sense, I think there's a lot of talk about the tension between mobility versus place-based work, and willing to kind of have the debate. But I think in many ways they can, but also have to work together. I think my assumption is that if we continue to be a country where we're okay with certain communities becoming poor and more isolated and others becoming richer and more prosperous, if we're okay with that, we're not going to also be a country that is willing to invest in those places that are being more isolated in the way that we need to. So I think in some sense, desegregating and actually integrating our communities, I think needs to work hand in hand with the place-based investments to create higher rates of mobility everywhere. So I think they need to work hand in hand. I think that's why it's important to figure out how we work together on those principles. And I think housing authorities are actually places where those two things come together, right? Those are entities that actually deal with both those questions at the same time. So it's a pretty unique perspective to have and a policy lever to be able to use. And
this was a theme I certainly heard this morning a lot of the conversation this morning was around sort of federal policy, and we were joking beforehand. I do a lot of work in my neighborhood of Over the Rhine in Cincinnati. When we're talking in Over the Rhine, people aren't necessarily talking about the Department of Ed or HUD, right? They're talking about, what are we going to do for this child? How can we support this family? What in a different way to create better outcomes? So I think one of the things I heard was, how do you take this data and information and translate it into action locally? So what would you advise to folks? How can they interface with this data? What's the role for local leaders in this work?
No, I mean, so we try and create as many OPE as possible. So a lot of the maps that you saw there, they're all online. Opportunityatlas.org. It's an interactive map where you can zoom into any census tract, every neighborhood in the country, and look at opportunity rates for the kids growing up there based on factors like race, gender, and the household income when they grew up. So I think that's one thing, is we try and create tools that are open source and are available for others. But I think part of why we created the policy team was saying that there needs to be more. There needs to be more than that. And I think in a certain sense, just having the conversations. I think one thing that I know based on my work in Detroit and talking with folks across the country, especially in neighborhoods, I think to your point, all these things, health, housing stability, education, of course, college access, and what is the role that local groups play, and kind of what is the infrastructure they need to be able to help bring these pieces together, and how do we amplify those local voices so we better understand what local needs are. And I think it is to get real feedback to inform what we're doing in terms of research and how it can be helpful. And I think probably similar for policymakers, listening to local voices to understand how you can best target and reach out to those individual families that need the help that I think we're all working towards.
And so I think one of the things that our work originally was organized around 7 outcomes, cradle to career. And we've really honed in on efforts to eliminate racial disparities in those outcomes. And I think we've had this similar insight that, to do so, I actually worked at the Transit Authority in Cincinnati. And so some of my early contributions to our collective impact partnership were really focused around how do we, at the time, job access versus commute, to actually realign transit services to support young people from our community to actually get access to jobs in our suburban employment centers. And so I think one of the things that we think a lot about is that, from our vantage point, policy should actually sort of flow up. And so, in our from on the ground. And so in that vein, as you are engaging sort of local stakeholders and local problem solvers, how can that be sort of married with this national data set to actually work with federal policymakers to make that kind of change?
I think one thing that I'm excited about is, hopefully serving some of these voices. Hey, we're hearing from neighborhood organizations across the country that these are the barriers they're facing. And that in this sense, these programs aren't being able to be utilized in the way we'd all like because of these structural things happening on the ground. And I think the only way we're going to know those things are from the practitioners who are doing them, right? So I think, advantage is having the big data to kind of put some of these things in context, and I think hopefully to provide communities with additional data points to put what they're doing in context. But I think it has to work in concert. And I think it really is kind of creating a coalition of saying, hey, here's the work that we're all doing, here are the issues we're seeing, and with one voice helping raise that to that national context, tweak our programs, make them more effectively, and push for, I think, funding and resources that we know it's going to take to actually have impact that'll change neighborhoods in ways that really change long-term outcomes and aren't just benefiting folks on the margins.
I'm really intrigued. You put up the 2 maps that were race, but also embedded in that gender and sort of the intersectionality for Black men and the opportunities in particular places, and kind of combined with that dosage, right? So like the opportunities by starting really young, the differential impact that has. Just a moment, right? So much of this where race is both, an artificial construction and a reality in America in the way that it shows up in our outcomes. What can this information, as it relates to race and opportunity, what can this mean for local change makers as they're trying to, have the tough conversations about race, as they're trying to think about local policy and change?
So I think my sense is that these issues are very local, that there are kind of national trends we see, but they manifest in neighborhoods and in communities. And so we're actually working in a neighborhood in Charlotte, and that group is working on kind of bringing the local Black and Hispanic communities to. They saw that the neighborhood leaders were all African Americans who'd been there for the past 30, 40 years, and they had extremely difficult time increasing take-up rates for the Latino community because there was mistrust in the community. There weren't folks who felt like they were really engaged at the neighborhood level and at the community-wide level, and so their work was really figuring out the different issues that our different communities are facing, even within the same blocks and the same streets. And I think that's what the data points to as well, is that we need bespoke solutions. We need very locally tailored solutions. And I think it really is about hearing voices from the grassroots and kind of policy agenda and how that translates into the local level. And we don't have the solution to it, but I think that's why we're here, to kind of figure out what people are seeing on the ground and what further we can do in terms of our research to help illuminate some of those issues.
It strikes me a lot of the conversation this morning around sort of empowering families to have choice how they might use resources, but so much of this is about sort of shifting power in terms of when I think about collective impact, right? When I think collective impact is ultimately solving for the lack of structures that are actually set up to solve the challenges that we hope to solve in community. And so in a way, collective impact I hope goes away, but we'll just build the right structures to solve the right challenges. And so I think what you all have done is really created a really powerful way of democratizing data in a way that communities, parents, families could actually access this and draw their own conclusions and think about their own strategies. This is a lot of information and a lot to flip through. Like, how are you all thinking about, and maybe what are some of the lessons emerging from Charlotte in terms of, like, what are you learning about how to support local communities and using this data to drive action?
Yeah, so I think one thing that I try and balance is sometimes the charts are depressing. So to see such disparity between kind of Black and white folks in this country is a tough pill to swallow, but I think in many ways, if we're not willing to face the issue, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to address it. So I think balancing using data and information to pinpoint these issues and use it as a call to action, but then diving deeper and think data to actually be productive and move toward solutions. And I think one thing we see in Charlotte too is the conversation around the philanthropic community is investing in all these different programs. I talked about the income ladder versus the income treadmill for Black men. I think in many ways, really pointing out these systemic issues, these outcomes in the first place. So we're not just spending $1 billion to solve issues that we're still creating because of segregation, right? Because of kind of modern forms of redlining and because of our criminal justice system. So how do we attack those systems at the same time as we're investing resources in communities as well? Because if we're going to invest up all the fathers in our neighborhoods, I don't think we're going to get very far. So I think it's both using it as a call to action to start breaking down barriers and breaking down these systemic issues that we've been dealing with, while investing critically in the programs that we've been developing over the years.
And building on that, so start and hopefully catalyzing a set of data to be faced with sort of the red on the left and the sort of the blue on the right. But I'm wondering, and I heard Dr. Chetty, I think, was on Hidden Brain, and he was talking about there are bright spots. And so in creating opportunity, I think Silver Spring, Maryland was referenced as a place to look at. What are some of the bright spots that you all are seeing around the country, and what might be learned from some of those places?
Yeah, so I think the data point is that in 99% of neighborhoods in places across the country, there is this kind of extremely wide income gap. At least,
we got one.
Yeah, and at least that means that there's kind of a few examples we can start going to and look and see what's happening. So I think Silver Spring, Maryland, I have the team kind of looking at some other neighborhoods, like there's some places in the Bronx and Brooklyn that have kind of, they're almost outliers in terms of outcomes for low-income Black men. I think it's Louisiana, we're seeing some things as well. And again, we don't have the answers there, but trying to pinpoint some of those places and actually talk to folks on the ground and say, what's going on here, right? Is it the job market here? Is it different things that are happening, right? And kind of starting to pinpoint those. So that's one thing that we'd love to collaborate on, right? Is kind of use the data to pinpoint some of these questions and work with folks on qualitative work and learn from their lived experience and professional experience to see what's happening there. Yeah, Silver Spring is pretty close. Maybe we'll all take a bus there later and see what's going on. But a lot of the data is unfortunate, but it does help pinpoint some of those bright spots. Well, and I think that's one thing that in the data, as oftentimes the assumption that low-income places and places of color are bad, and richer places with higher incomes and oftentimes whiter places are good. But in some sense, being able to actually track their tangible impact on the kids who grow up there adds a bit of nuance to that conversation. So I think we're often able to see places that have higher poverty, lower average rents, actually have pretty good outcomes for the kids who grow up there. So I think it starts to show and add a little nuance to that conversation, kind of help us pinpoint what are those structures? Is it different kind of networks of churches? Is it nonprofits who are actually driving these outcomes and not just these surface level demographics I think we've had to rely on for a very long time?
Yeah, it's within our network, actually Ted December, who's here from King County Housing Authority, in one of our early convenings stood up and was talking about some of the work of the Housing Authority to actually improve educational outcomes and some of the work they were doing around using data within the authority's programs to actually improve summer learning loss for kids or reduce summer learning loss. We're starting to see a flip too, where now in a place like Cincinnati, you have an early childhood collaborative that's actually focusing on reducing evictions for families with young children. And so it's interesting, when Ted was sort of first speaking at our convening, people were like, well, wow, what's the Housing Authority doing here? Then everyone at our Housing Authority. And then now I think we're seeing a flip at least as well, where now education folks are talking about how are we reducing eviction. And so I think the other theme I heard a lot this morning was how do we move from those sort of isolated solutions that are frankly right within our country. We try to solve with programs. And I know tomorrow a lot of the focus is going to be on the systemic disparities, right? We are one of those organizations that believes there's no such thing as a broken system, right? Every system is perfectly designed to get exactly the results that it gets. So if you have pervasive women, it's probably because it's set up to produce those. And so if you were to think about that, are there any places or are there any pieces of advice that you would give to local folks or to federal folks in terms of, how can you use data as a translator to actually bring folks together across sector to at least conversations?
Yeah. So one, if you go through bankruptcy, that might serve as a nice clarion call in your communities. That might not be for everybody.
We can scale that.
Yeah. But I think in Charlotte, I joke with some of our partners down there that I'm trying to get our data team to figure out how to rank every city 50 out of 50 on some metric. And so maybe kind of using that. I do think that the entities who are facing these issues and are on the ground, thinking critically about how they forge those partnerships. And I do think kind of candidly that housing authorities see all of this, right? I think housing authorities have the data about their families. They're working on mobility programs and place-based efforts and thinking about health and education, how all those things not pushing for being more collaborative, getting the data out there, and thinking about ways to create connections with city government, county government, philanthropic community to attack these issues from a larger perspective. And I'd be very curious to hear too about, what are the constraints? So, what are you seeing? I can reach out to other entities. What are the barriers you're facing, and what are the questions that if you had the answers to, it'd be helpful to your practice as well. But I think again, entities that are so centrally located, thinking around how to amplify those voices to push larger policy conversation is something that I'm extremely interested in. And hopefully the data can serve as a platform to help do that.
So last question for me, so start thinking about, for those of you in the audience, burning questions that you have for David. But obviously I can't imagine how long it took to sort of pull together all this research. And I know in some cases the research was actually built on looking back decades at research and actually connecting it to income and tax records, many, many years down the line. So there's a certain element of endurance, I guess, that we should think about in social change, and also a patience for really looking at the long-term impacts of some of these interventions. But I'm curious, just in terms of where you all are with the sort of sets of questions that you're looking to answer, and what are the opportunities that you see kind of for opportunity insights in this research?
Absolutely. I think to your point as well, all the research was built on practitioner perspective, right? So moving to opportunity from decades ago, looking at that research and kind of going back and trying to, we didn't make that up. It was, what are practitioners doing and how do we support their work, amplify that work, and actually track those outcomes in the long term? So it's all built on that iterative process. And I think, again, looking at these outcomes for kids who grew up who were born in the 80s, starting to think about neighborhood change, right? So through growth and development or change for the worse potentially in the most recent years, how do we combine our longitudinal data sets with local data to start seeing, is the change we're seeing on the ground, is it actually changing outcomes for the kids who grow up there? And we're starting to look also at issues of displacement as well. So being able to actually train children through the IRS data, seeing that when we see this growth and development and we're assuming gentrification is happening, let's actually track and see are families being displaced at a rate that's greater than normal. So to kind of add precision to I think a lot of these questions that we're all grappling with. So I think these issues of neighborhood change and gentrification are agenda to be able to kind of talk to in a more precise way. And we're also launching the American Opportunity Study, which will hopefully allow us to look back for the past 50 years and do a lot of the work we've been doing to be able to track and evaluate place-based strategies for the past 50 years to see their effectiveness. I think one thing, especially more recently, with projects like, I think there's a lot of questions around who benefited or didn't benefit from them. Like we see change in neighborhoods, but did the residents who lived there originally, were they able to come back? Or if they moved, are their outcomes better? So I think being able to parse the actual outcomes on individual families and children of these different policies is our next step building on.
It's incredibly exciting. So let's turn it back to you. I see a hand in the back. We've got time for a few questions. So we'll go here and then over here.
Thank you. I found this to be a very stimulating presentation and discussion. I started with one question. I'm going to ask you that, but then I'm going to hit on 4 others that just occurred. Okay.
Wait, we've got a pen and paper. We'll
I got it here. Right. So the first thing was the individual versus contextual interventions. And your last comment and the fact that you're going to now try to study contextual interventions with your data set gave me some, right now all of your data, because now I'm understanding, because it was based on practitioner stuff and because we in this country have a very narrow focus on the individual, right, means that the data that you've been looking at so far have been very individual. And so when you talk about creating moves to opportunity versus place-based intervention, there's a nuance here and a nuance there. I'm like, no. What we have to recognize is that this country is so narrowly focused on the individual that it makes systems and structures appear to be invisible or irrelevant. That's part of the background. You said, do you think that people looking at these data with this attack some of those basic tenets? We need to understand the myth of meritocracy as guiding the interpretations of the data, the story that goes, if you work hard, you'll make it, without recognizing uneven playing fields, right? So the first thing, given that thing, I was hoping that, and I hope that you could come out strongly, not nuanced, strongly talking about the need to level playing fields, not nuanced, not, okay, we can move some people, and then we can also think about investing in the neighborhoods that they move from for all the other people who are left there.
That's one, right?
That's one.
Right.
And then the others. And then the others are just like observations that you don't have to respond to, because I feel good when you rounded it at the end. I feel a lot better than I did at the beginning, because this is so compelling stuff, but it's so far the individual move stuff is distracting. So I had the thought that people often see the maps that you put up as evidence of innate differences, right? We need to call out racism. I'm going to be doing a talk tomorrow morning. That's the subject of my talk, so I don't want to take up too much more of your time. But we can't be nuanced or this, that. We live in a racist society. When you talked about the system being set up to get the outcomes, that's what it is, and we need to and how we address racism on its many different levels, but saying the word racism and then figuring out how is racism operating here, and then organizing and strategizing to act. So I guess I'll sit down because I can't even read all of my questions, but but that's it. Compelling data in the context of this society lead us astray.
No, I really appreciate that, and I think, maybe I'll make a case for nuance on another day, but I think it's twofold. And I think there are places for nuance. I think there are places for, making the points that you're making. And I think we try and address the issue. There's a national issue, right? We see opportunity going down for everyone. And we see that on a neighborhood level and community level, we see disparate outcomes. So I think that points to, yes, there are individuals and they have different outcomes, but there are neighborhood level things happening, there are community-wide level things happening, and there are national level things that are happening, and those all require very policy intervention, right? So if I'm talking to someone who does local neighborhood work, they might not have the opportunity to change the opportunity structure for their entire community. But I still want to support their efforts that are very local. But I think your point is well taken that we don't just do that maybe more nuanced, individualized work at the expense of change that we need. And I think with the kind of the maps comparing outcomes for low-income black men and white men, one thing that I probably should have mentioned in that chart is that we see a very different map when we compare black women and white women. And that conditional outcomes are actually very similar in terms of earnings. I think what that points to is that it isn't inherent. I mean, you would see the same outcomes, and it still wouldn't be inherent, but you would see the same kind of outcomes for both men and women if it was just inherent in black people, right? Whereas we're seeing that, and again, and we also see a similar as well, that men have similar downward mobility rates. And I think it's not a coincidence, right, that we're a country built on fear of those populations and creating systems that, at one time leverage them for their labor, but now the remnants and the continuation of creating those outcomes. And that's similarly with when I show that chart about moving. I mean, there's one policy application of actually moving people to high opportunity places, but I think more importantly, again, it shows that it isn't inherent in those families or in those children. And we see in the data when we look at kind of moves nationwide, I think looking around kind of 7 families made, was that the impact of the place they grow up is so dramatic that for the younger siblings in those families, when those families made those moves who had more exposure to a higher opportunity place, they on average made more than their older siblings. And I think that points directly to, it isn't about that family, it isn't about that environment where they grew up and that exposure to that place. So I think that's what we try and show, is that policy matters, place matters. There are real levers that can influence these outcomes, and it isn't just about the characteristics of the people who grow up there. And so I think that's one thing that when do we have the nuanced conversation to support the discrete policy initiatives that folks are working on, and then how do we use the data to, I think, push for these larger systemic changes that I think will have to happen if we want to see real progress.
And I want to come over here in a minute, but I don't want to be the white leader that passes selfish buck for all those white leaders in the room, right? You have a huge role to play in moving beyond the nuance, right? And straight up naming, like when we think about our work, we're trying to shift as well. A lot of our work has been grounded in measuring student outcomes for many years, right? We're trying to understand measures as well. So that's around the diversity of the educator workforce, right? 70% of teachers are white, somewhere around 80% are women. That then impacts how that system is designed and who that system benefits, right? And that's sometimes with malintent, sometimes unintentional, but often with leaders need to name that, they need to risk and put skin in the game to actually disrupt these systems and to transform systems in a different way. And so I just wanted to not let that one pass before I go in the back. But I do want to name, right, that I've gone through my own journey around this, right, and struggling with, like, what is a 6'4", 300-pound, essentially blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy in America, right? What's my role in race equity? Well, I have a huge role to play. And so do many of the, white male leaders have a huge role to play in this. White male leadership might be dead in the way it's been traditionally held. That's a belief of mine. But white male leaders have a responsibility to advance racial equity.
Good morning. My name is Carmen. I'm from Boston, and I am the director of the workforce program for the Cambridge Housing Authority. And I don't know if I necessarily have a question, but a few comments. So I noticed that there had been some conversation around don't necessarily have power at the policy level and can't really make too many changes to policy. And I just want to highly encourage and emphasize the power that is at the local level. Through our organization, where our goal is to end the we connect with many of our local organizations to serve our youth. We have an initiative called the College Success Initiative, where we have college coaches that work within our organization to help young people who aspire to go on to college and or training programs, meet your kids where they are, but to just travel with them on that journey. Often our kids graduate high school, they go on to college, and there's a high failure rate because there's no one to help them on that journey. So really thinking at the housing authorities, what can you be doing to service, what type of initiative can you put in place to service them on that journey? I have a list here, so give me a second. We talk about where improving the conditions where families live, work, and play. And so one thing to really remember is that if you've lived in poverty mindset, so how do we help our families shift their mindset, right, and develop a mindset around reducing their poverty or ending their situation? So we bring education to our families. We offer financial literacy to our families at the authority. We're willing to send representatives, and we host financial literacy workshops to really just, if you're on a low income and you don't know about budgeting, then we just teach you how to budget, how to spend your food stamps monthly so that you are able to provide for your family, how to really pay your bills, how to decrease the amount of so forth. So I really want to emphasize the value of educating our families, and if there's going to be resources poured in, the resources should be poured into how do we change the mindset of the people that we're working with. One thing I want to highlight is just a really great program that we have, and it's called the Match Savings Initiative. For our young people, we employ our young people with local businesses in the community. And we have the match savings is over 3 years, our students have an opportunity to save $1,500 from 10th through 12th grade. And once they reach that benchmark, we match them $100. And that money can only be used for higher education. However, over time, it really teaches them how to save. We help them watch their money grow. They're not allowed to put large lump sums, but we teach them how do you do this on a monthly basis based on the paychecks you receive to give them. We show them how to save, right? And so that over that 3 years, they've learned, they've watched their money grow, and they're really happy, like, oh my God, I can't believe I did this, but they're able to carry that new skill set into adulthood, right? And so that's one thing. But also, I want to also emphasize mentorship. And so when we have our young people that go on, that finish college or get great jobs and are successful, we have them come back. They come back to the housing authority, they talk to the young people that we're serving, they tell them their story. We don't only talk about the success, we talk about the challenge, how hard it was. I failed this semester, I received here, I was able to continue. So that was it for me.
And I think just to kind of some of those points, again, the importance of understanding like what's happening in communities, like what your residents, your clients need, and kind of amplifying larger constraints that you might not be able to tackle, being able to tell policymakers, hey, these things are working, our work will be even this much more effective if these things weren't in our way. And I think something that we try and do as well is that when there are programs, if we can link them with some of our tax data, saying, hey, like these different programs sound great, let's actually on the earnings of these kids 10 years later. So I think bringing the data to say, hey, like these 5 things sound pretty good, let's figure out which one is most impactful on these long-term metrics, and creating that iterative process, say, hey, like this is what you're seeing, let's compare that with the data so we can all be more effective on that front.
And I think we might take one last question. I saw a hand up here. Keep creating those bright spots, right? That's the best way to move the policy nationally, right? Bright spots locally.
My question is quick. Jennifer Thomas, Housing Authority, City of LA. In Los Angeles, because our housing market is so expensive, a lot of the policies that are being supported, like permanent supportive housing, or even affirmatively furthering fair housing that we were working on vigorously last year, only to be disappointed that it got rolled back in this administration. But I mean, that was the impetus of that policy, is to look at to provide more access to resources, and then you have an administration that comes in and says, okay, that's no longer the focus. And so as PHAs, we're caught in the middle of these policy shifts. We're taking on more, right? So we're promoting college readiness, but then our kids are going to failing schools. There's lack of investment in the schools. And so we're not really, at least we're collaborating, we're working with our partners, there's a plethora of resources, but we really have some major threats that are impacting our communities, and then the shifts of our communities, people are other things. So I guess my question is, with all of these threats, how does a PHA even navigate some of these things to stay on the course with some of our goals and really trying to support and lift our families out of poverty?
Yeah. So that's obviously a hard question. I think it is a multi-tiered approach, right? I think it's understanding what your constraints are, using data and the resources you have to be as effective as possible within those constraints, but then amplifying that message to push for the policy changes that you will need at the community, the state, and the federal level. And I think there's no real these multiple fronts to figure out how we work together to battle on those multiple fronts and create coalitions even when the political winds might not be as supportive for some of the things that you need to do. So I think, again, that's why we try and frame it both national, region, state, city, neighborhood level, is that they can't work in isolation.
How do you balance the agendas? Because at the local, state, and federal level, there's different policy agendas and different areas of focus.
Yeah, and I think that's why we have to create more lines of communication, right? So I think the issues you're bringing up, the policy leaders who control those levers need to know, is it funding, is it constraint? And sometimes there might even be some easier fixes, right? That might not take the funding that you need ultimately, but there might be some tweaks that would allow you to do certain things that could have real impact. So I think kind of diving into those issues, but again, kind of, I don't know the balance. We have to have conversations at the same time at these multiple levels, and I think, that's why we try and, use the data to kind of hit those different issue areas. And I think thinking around how we kind of amplify our collective voices to pinpoint these rough patches we had, these funding deficits we have, these regulatory obstacles we're for those policymakers who want to do the right thing and might not know all those levers that folks are facing at the local level.
The one thing I'll add, the places where we've seen communities get organized locally and within states around shared outcomes across urban and rural, there's 6 or 7 together partnerships. They're all around, collecting shared outcomes, but they also have, the Minneapolis-St. Paul folks sitting with Northfield or Red Wing, which at least at the state level, right, gives you a lot of organizing power to try to flip the power dynamics, right, to try to system changes. You actually have to create demand for the systems to change, in my experience, both outside the systems and building that capacity within. And so I was actually going to ask David to close with a plug for why you all should come to the session in the afternoon for public housing authorities and working with Opportunity Insights. But I think you actually made a really should come to that session and dig more into what's emerging from that work. And I think Abra is going to close us and take you to lunch.
Well, thank you so much, David, Colin. We really appreciate your time. We invite you to continue. I'm sure will be more thought-provoking conversation during that time. Just a quick note that those of you who have been with us in the past will remember, at the end of lunch, the air walls will be coming down to create space for our concurrent sessions. So please do make sure that your bags, chairs, cell up those walls. Thank you again.
Well, that's a really good point about the system shape piece. Thank you. Yeah, nice.
Test. session on building internal PHA capacity for cross-sector partnerships. I'm Kelly McElwain, and I'm a research analyst with the Public and Affordable Housing Research Corporation. And today you'll also be hearing from my colleague of the Minneapolis Public Housing Authority, and Sylvia Blanco and Rodolfo Rodriguez of the Housing Authority of the City of Austin, and their partner Freya Spielberg with the University of Texas at Austin. An overview of Housing Authority health initiatives. And this is based on a survey conducted by Park and CLAFA last year among housing authorities and what initiatives they were engaged in. We're then going to hear from housing authorities themselves on their experiences and advice on building capacity. So, from our survey, that half of housing authorities are engaged in some type of health initiative. And most of these initiatives rely heavily on partnerships. 91% of housing authorities engaged in these health initiatives. And policies or services that provide medical treatment or care for the public or focus on disease prevention. We find that these partnerships vary in formality by size. However, most of these partnerships rely on services or other staff within their organization to maintain these partnerships. So when we look at the types of health initiatives housing authorities are engaged in, we find that primarily preventative health. And over half are also targeting medical health conditions and substance use disorders. And about a quarter are targeting behavioral health conditions and physical disabilities. Their health initiatives. However, less than half have formalized agreements in place to support these partnerships. So overall, we find that the most common type of formalized agreement in place others are also engaged in data sharing agreements, shared funding, and shared staffing. Oh, and also with the differences in partnerships, we also see partnerships formalities. We also see that there's of number of units served are formalizing their partnerships at higher rates. And then when we look at the types of organizations housing authorities are partnered with, we see that they're working with a really wide variety of health providers like home health agencies and public health departments like their local health department. And over half are also working with healthcare providers like their local hospital and Medicaid managed care organization. We also asked both housing authorities that are engaged in health initiatives and those that do not currently provide health initiatives what barriers they face to both providing the services altogether and expanding these barriers reported by both housing authorities with and without health initiatives. And we also see that lack of resident interest is another less common barrier, and mission creep or So I'm going to pass it off to my colleague Keely Stater, who is the Director of Research and Industry Intelligence with the Public and Affordable Housing Research Corporation, or PARC, to talk about what are next steps for understanding.
Kelly said we did this research with CLAFA last year, and we found some really interesting results that Kelly just shared with you. But we wanted to dig a little deeper and really understand some of the issues of capacity that might be going on at PHAs, and really try to get a picture of research in the survey and some of the work that we've been reading are identifying things like community support, funding, of course, support from leadership, dedicated staff as key elements of capacity that move partnerships forward. So we decided to do more research. And this time what we're doing, and we've just started this research, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we've learned and what we plan to do. Our qualitative were the key elements that were able to lead to effective partnerships. And we also want to know, were there any catalysts, anything really external or internal that impacted these partnerships? So we were going to continue our interviews and some of the things that we've found interesting so far when we talk with PHAs about how they really leverage their resources to build capacity for partnerships. Some of the things we've been hearing are things like selecting partners with shared clients or shared goals, outcomes, embedding support for these initiatives into their administrative processes. So if you're able to add a few questions at intake or at various touch points with residents to really embed these into processes, doing the extra work it takes to build these partnerships, and informing decisions with data and including data-driven checkpoints. And I would add also, we've been hearing about changing the culture of the staff at the PHA and really making resident outcomes and we're excited to continue this research and maybe talk to some of you in the room about what you're doing and hopefully share with you our findings in the fall. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Minneapolis to tell us a little bit more about what they're doing and what they've been finding.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kyle Hansen. I'm the Director of HCV and Human Services for Minneapolis Public Housing Authority. Just a quick question. I'm curious, how many of you in the room are here at this summit for the first time? All right. At the end of this couple of days, you're back to your organizations with all kinds of new ideas and concepts. You're going to be really excited, and you're going to go back and go, where can we find the money? Where can we find the staff? How can we do this? We're already overburdened. And it doesn't take as long as you think to start putting the pieces of the puzzle together. You have lots of peers in these rooms, so make connections, get business cards, and start to identify your files because four main areas today. We're going to talk about strategic vision. We're going to talk about the importance of research. We're going to talk about how to seek out partnerships. And we're going to talk about that all-important obtaining resources for and work with our executive leadership team to identify a strategic vision and plan. So the bullets that you see on the screen are actually right out of Minneapolis Public Housing Authority's strategic plan. Housing, employment, and health. It's been identified and approved by the Board of Directors as one of our strategies and one of the top 3 things that we want to work on as an entity. And then operational excellence. So once you it's time to talk with residents and community and engage them in the conversation. Talk to staff about them seeing value in the work that you are doing and planning on, because this is a new way of thinking. It's housing building, because we all know that there is much more that's needed for that. So these partnerships and vision are needed if we're going to move forward in a successful way. needs in your own community. You're going to get lots of ideas over the next couple days about some programs that are working in other communities. And we decided to concentrate on education and health as a starting point. And the goal for our education programs was to create new housing voucher type programs for students experiencing homelessness and to strengthen partnerships with community nonprofits for families. Alyssa's going to talk a little bit.
And the reason I'm really involved with the health approach is that it's been very research-driven, data-driven. So we started with wanting to know more about what's currently happening. We have a lot of partners, especially in the process of trying to learn more about that. And then we wanted to reestablish a human services program. That was something that the Housing Authority had in the past and was cut during a time of budget cuts. But now we really feel the urgency of having. Then we wanted to work on establishing more partnerships. So providing supportive services and getting the money needed to do that is something we're going to talk more about.
Actually came from Tacoma, Washington's work on their education program with their elementary school. And I can tell you that once you know of programs, we actually just called Tacoma and talked to them, and they sent us templates. To work with that and then fit it to our own local needs. But it's important, as you're identifying these strategies and partners, to really dig down into the data and find out other places, all kinds of research that have been done. So use that information. And what we found in exploring this education program was that there was a gap between the HUD definition of homelessness and the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness. And really having an impact on the schools. The schools came to us and said, you know, we have families on these in our schools that are couch hopping, and that we find that they're the ones who have academic problems. We use that information to use the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness to fit the housing subsidy that we are providing for our Stable Homes, Stable Schools program.
And with respect to health, we started with hiring consultants partners and with residents and property managers, and one of their recommendations was for the Housing Authority to play a greater role in coordinating partners, because they felt that there were gaps, there were people who could be not receiving the services they need, but it was in many ways ad hoc when an organization came to us and said, we want to work with your high-rise residents at this building. We would say, okay, great, but without really knowing, is that what the people in that building need? So right now, we're how to coordinate and match the needs to the services. And to understand the needs better, we've been working on data matching with Medicaid claims data. And in this also, we're following in the footsteps of King County Housing Authority and Seattle Housing Authority, who did an extensive data match with the do this match with us. That's been one of our challenges. We started off working through our county, but encountered a lot of roadblocks in terms of the level of information they were willing to provide to us. They wouldn't tell us anything at the building level. They only wanted to give us the building level. So that was really critical for us. And they also were not willing to share any information about diagnoses or conditions. So our new data partner that is more mission aligned and working with us is the City of Minneapolis Health Department. So they have the same data, and we're we're just beginning the conversations with them about how that'll work. And just this week, I had an exciting meeting with them and learned about a new data source that they have access to right now that I think will be able to tell us a lot, and that is the death records. Because in our high-rise, and told me that on the death record, you have not only the cause of death, but you have other conditions that the person had at the time of their death. So that is a really good data source for us to learn. Maybe they died of one thing, but at the same time, they had diabetes, and more insight into what's happening with people's health in the high rises. And we're really looking forward to learning more.
So as you think about staffing needs early on for your program, it's really, I can't stress how important it is to make that commitment to having someone information out there to obtain. So the next area is seeking new partners and strengthening existing relationships. An example of what we did in Minneapolis, we have what's called the Stable Homes, Stable Schools program. We reached out to 60-40 split with the city. The city is putting up 60% of the dollars for housing subsidy. We're putting up 40%. The city is also paying for a service component and for help for the families. We formed partnerships for this particular program.
I mentioned we have a lot of partners, so you can see quite a number of logos here. And these are the organizations that we want to do a better job of coordinating and also giving them avenues to coordinate with each other. So right now, also work with this other organization who's here because they don't know who else is active in the high rises. There's no structure around that. One of the most significant programs that we're trying to support is an effort through Volunteers of America needs identified by residents, but they've really struggled to sustain that program because the Medicaid reimbursements are not enough for the community health workers alone. So we're working on figuring out the other because they're not able to get referrals from primary care doctors. So if we can get something set up that would function as a hub where primary care doctors working with someone who they feel needs who then continue to support them.
And finally, how do you pay for it all, right? That's the big question in the room for everybody. Obtaining resources is the second area that really needs grants, because it's not something that housing authorities are used to doing. Our money comes from HUD, and it is kind of a new area for us to seek out other sources of funding. And initially, some of the funders are doing that we have been really successful in obtaining grant monies from them. Just a couple of examples. The city of Minneapolis, the program we talked about, $3.3 million a year for the Stable Homes program. Another to pay back rent or utility bills.
In the same schools through the Stable Homes, Stable Schools. It's just 15 schools in the Minneapolis School District. All right, we need to wrap up. On the health side, we've received a very helpful a ton of resources in their website. And then the community health worker program I mentioned, they got a grant that'll take them through the end of the year. But after that, we're concerned about their ongoing sustainability because they already have new community health workers who have to build new relationships, and we don't want to see them continue to go through that cycle. So we are currently applying for other grants that would support the Housing Authority in developing our health strategy and also support
summit, we left here full of these ideas. And a lot of the things that we're talking about were not in place a year ago. So don't go back and think that this is something that is going to take 5 or 10 or 15 years. To help you hire additional staff or do the research for you. So thank you.
Housing Authority of the City of Austin. And so I want to say a lot of what Minneapolis is doing. I think we're doing a lot of similar things, but in terms of Austin, improve lives, we know it has to go beyond the bricks and mortar. And so within our agency, we have established what we call the 3 pillars of success. The first pillar is under youth educational success. The second pillar, we had a lot of great partnerships in the community to help further the youth piece and the workforce development piece, and we really didn't quite have the resources or the capacity to build on the third pillar. And at Austin, and we began a dialogue. It was a brand new medical school, the first in Austin. And so we really started to talk how we could sort of join forces in helping the and also underwritten by Robert Wood Johnson. And so through that planning grant opportunity, we also made the commitment to match dollar for dollar those grant funds. And it was a 40. That we had established on how we were wanting to build up our health and wellness piece, we knew that we needed to have someone drive it, and that was going to be their sole focus, was health and wellness initiatives. And so that's what we did. We used those. And in fact, that role actually reports to me. And so it has that visibility and the access to the executive team. And that really makes a huge difference. And so, again, it was quickly. And in 10 short months, we decided to actually create an FTE, which is our first director of health and wellness ecosystem, which is Rodolfo. And so this position is empowered survey that Kelly has pointed to. We knew that HACA was also in the minority in terms of having staff dedicated solely to health and wellness initiatives. And so as I mentioned, dedicated housing and health staff. But again, it made all the difference in the world. And so as I mentioned, one of our key partners in HACA's health strategy is the Dell Medical School and Dr. Freya Spielberg.
Good afternoon. So I'm Freya Spielberg. I'm an associate professor at Dell Medical School in Austin. I'm a family medicine physician, and I'm a health service innovation researcher. And medical school that's being built from the ground up at a academic research institution in the past 50 years. It just doesn't happen that often. And what's very interesting about Dell Medical's community the way people get healthy and stay healthy. And because of that, we understand that 80% of health is what happens outside of the healthcare system. And so we were fortunate enough to find the Housing Authority of the City of Austin pretty early, and as Sylvia said, started having these conversations, and we quickly realized that the partnership was centered on a mission to improve the health of the residents and build capacity. Dell has a mission to translate research into action. And we both bring very different skill sets, but together in a very short time, we've already been able to accomplish assessment. And we were able to bring good survey methodology to it, and also both a lens to look at sort of the needs and preferences of the community, but also the needs of individuals. So residents reach over 70% of individuals in each of 3 different housing projects, which is a really high survey completion rate. And that was because of the relationships that HACA has developed with the residents. So that was a need. And we found, you're finding half the residents had been to the ER in the past year, and about half had not had primary care. We found that over 70% in each domain that we surveyed, and we looked at preventive needs, behavioral risks, over 70% in each of those domains had 1 or more needs. And we found that with each additional need in each domain, an individual was more likely to have gone to the emergency room. Received, and I'm going to turn it over to Rodolfo to start talking about the health strategy.
Definitely. So I think one of the things that I love about our partnership and one of our created a survey that could take up to an hour to complete. And I usually start off by asking, when's the last time your landlord asked you about your health? And usually no one raises their hand. But it just goes to show the level of trust HACA has built and maintained with residents. Was pretty spectacular. I also think it also shows that residents have a strong interest. But there were a lot of things that we did learn, and it's influenced our co-design strategy. So first and foremost, about the survey, and that's kind of a big deal when you talk about outreach. The other thing is, now that we have data, we understand that each site, so HACA oversees a portfolio of 18 communities. Each site has its own differences, solutions, and personalities. Those residents design the solutions to their own health. Through this survey, based off of the urgency and because you have to start somewhere, we did start with adults, and we reached also our senior residents. However, we are intentional. There's also a balance about, health is really broad. That's what I love about the partnership. And if I was to sum up that community health needs assessment, the needs are complex and diverse. So you need creative. If you go deep in one community, are you neglecting the other ones? And so I think we all sort of feel those pressure points at some point. And I think part of the combining forces is we do offer. Next slide. So we are being very intentional about seeking transformation and turning away transaction. There's a difference between the two. We assess each opportunity and when I say partnerships, this applies community partners. This also applies funding opportunities. And so let me give you an example of what transformative partnerships look like for the Housing Authority at the City of Austin. That takes me a lot of time. at all levels. In January, we actually had a roundtable discussion with the leadership. We had the Vice Dean of Health Ecosystem for Dell Med School at present, the Chair of Population Health, Dr. Freya, we'll talk a little bit more about where we've done intensive data sharing so we can learn about the needs so about the health needs of mutually serving members. We also through our CHNA, we found out that about half of them consider community care their medical home. So we were already in discussions with them prior to knowing this, but this is really just solidifies that there's so many strategic opportunities to align. Undergoing complete neighborhood revitalization. Buildings will go down, new ones will come up, density will happen, more access to affordable housing. And what we are intentionally doing is preserving 2 existing units so that we could all, if there's an opportunity that feels close enough, we might be tempted to go after it. But given the fact that I've been a one-person capacity, I've been very careful with how I spend my time. Experimental grant of theirs, they've never really funded health at home type of interventions. So they were very open to allowing the community to come up with their own solutions. This was very perfect for us because we looked at our CHNA healthcare and social services. Close to 90% of them actually desired that. I think it was a little bit over 85% that desired on-site group visits with local health experts to be able to talk. The largest philanthropic grant that HACA has received in its 80 years of existence. On a national level, we're pursuing another opportunity that's more infrastructure focused, but this is an example that Dell Med would lead because of their expertise. Evaluation. One thing that I forgot to mention on the St. David's grant and the Bringing Health Home is that we were also able to bring on board 2 community health workers or promotoras, and we were very intentional about connecting and so now, not only is there 1 housing staff person, there's actually 4 for the Housing Authority, which is pretty great. An example about an opportunity that we went after was actually through Dell Medical School, where they partnered with were invited to make it to the next round and apply to the submit a full application. We realized that it was a priority for us to develop infrastructure organically and expand internal capacity, and some of the guidance that we got wouldn't. Good job, team.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's very exciting to hear about what you're doing. We just have a couple of questions up here, and then we'll turn it over to the audience for Q&A. The first question is, strategies do you use, or what elements of internal capacity are most critical to kind of getting the biggest bang for your buck when you're starting out?
I'll take a stab at that one. So what we have and also a family self-sufficiency program. And so we leveraged the staff time and resources and also connections to residents who have already made the commitment to that was actually our way of identifying our community health workers, our resident community health workers. They were Jobs Plus and FSS participants who we had already noted that they had completed medical assistant and those were were some of the ways that we've been able to leverage some of those capacities that have been built into our organization.
With respect to research and the data matching we've done, we have focused on the high and time, so that we focused on getting as much as we can, just address matching. So like looking at the death certificates, they're just going to look at addresses, and that allows us to learn a lot without going through the lawyers.
And sometimes it's about knocking on the door and inviting yourself to the table, because oftentimes the housing authority is not the first group that people will think of if they're having a health strategy meeting. And kind of give up some of that power in that and allow a partnership grant application. Sometimes some of the nonprofits have very strong grant writing experience, and that are already in place to do some of the work for you.
Can I add? For us, it's been a big learning curve, learning the health space. You know, we're just not familiar with everything, the language, everything. So the mentor out what our county public health department was doing with their CHIP process. And we said, what is the CHIP process? So it's the Community Health Improvement Plan. We had never heard of it, never been part of it or connected to it in any way. So I got a name and invited myself to us at all.
We're only the biggest landlord in town.
So speaking of partnerships, we found in our survey that almost half of PHAs had some type of partnership. Partnerships to something stronger and more effective and deep.
I would say, you know, starting really and find the areas of synergy, and that kind of sets the stage so you know where you want to go if you have funding. And then, you know, as always, funding opportunities are into place. So those are, I think, two important steps.
Okay. Do you mind if I add something to that? Of funding partnerships. Something that I forgot to mention was, you know, there are also institutions. No, but it's true. But we do recognize that the power of combined forces is greater, because we recognize from the Housing Authority side that that survey we designed would never have been as robust. But I'd like to believe that DelMed also, we wouldn't have achieved that. Those conversations when it comes to funding allowed us to think about vision and use of those funds, because something that I've learned is if I was to throw out the word research, it means something very different to the housing sector and academia. Even going after this first grant that we did secure, DelMed saying, you know, we'll match some of our research time to demonstrate. And that's something you don't come across often, right? So, yeah.
One of the other things I think town, and they have all of the resources that our participants on the HCV program are needing or looked for. Energy assistance, food assistance, financial literacy. Participants for you to meet, and for the cost of a desk, in my department, they now have a person that comes in a few days a week. From time to time, they'll come to a briefing. When we have new participants that we hear, partnership. And it's been of great value to them because suddenly they're able to also meet their numbers.
If I can just add one more thing, as we all collectively look for ways to fund certain programs, especially when they're looking for cross-sector partnerships, because if you're doing it as a reaction to a grant opportunity, it's not genuine, and it's essentially just not going to be a translate to services right off the bat, but you have that foot in the door. You start to create that relationship, and once that opportunity does arise, you at least have that established partnership and relationship that you can.
In our education work, we really benefited from having started to build the relationships. Our executive director had met with the superintendent and talked about how we could align efforts, and then Kyle had reached out to a specific an effort similar to Tacoma's, just focused on that one school. And so he had already been working on this concept and starting to develop a program. And essentially, I'd like to say it was a shovel-ready program opportunity, where then we had our new mayor out there that could really make an impact on children experiencing homelessness. And so that became the program that is now Stable Homes, Stable Schools. It went from the one school 15 voucher idea to now it's going to be up to
On our panel, we'd like to open it up for questions.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Marcia Smith from the about the survey, 70.2%. How many of those families were there, and how did they answer for the children or represent children in that?
Can you repeat that last part?
How did you represent children in your survey group? Because you had mentioned that
to start somewhere, and it's a little challenging with children, but that's where we're headed towards next, where we would need consent from the adults. And it was just a way for us to start somewhere. In terms of how having access to data like this, including Delmet and a few other partners that had a presence at those 3 sites. We put together a one-day training on how to administer a more sophisticated survey, and we basically train folks. We also able to reach residents that speak English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Arabic, Chinese, Korean, American Sign Language, and Spanish American Sign Language. And the reason why we were able to achieve that is we were knocking on doors and realized we also open their doors. And there were actual times where I was able to talk to 10 residents that declined, trying to find out why that was, and I was able to change a few hearts, maybe 3. And it was just as far as youth, I guess maybe hopefully next year if we're invited, we'll have a story to share about that. So, yeah.
I want to add just one bit to that question. In another, completed the survey to complete surveys on behalf of their children. And so it's possible, to do that and to collect data on the whole family. It's just, it's the whole survey and getting additional funding so that we can focus on kids specifically.
Hi there. Interestingly enough, Kyle, I just received an email morning, and my question is, I'm interested in hearing your strategies for outreach to rental assistance recipients versus housing communities.
Strategy. With education, it's going to be new families who are participating in stable homes, stable schools, so we really haven't done much with current voucher holders yet.
And I would say we haven't reached out to the voucher holders yet. First for their time, then it will be a fairly simple proposition to expand the community health workforce and have them go to the properties to do the assessments and wellness activities.
Shared very basic social demographic data of everyone that lives at a HACA property but is also in the voucher program. So it's about 25,000 individuals. And of the 25,000, a very small percentage in the entire portfolio, we have data if they live in our portfolio but also are with United Healthcare. And it's really hard for us to, the data sharing agreement do make it really hard to health on the housing side, that's at some point we could reach that, but we do, it's more of a strategic move for us to focus on housing communities because any service we bring, we know where folks are at, we're meeting them where they're at, so.
Engaging in at Dell Medical, it is very difficult to get individual level data from a lot of entities. However, if you have a health information exchange, and if the community health workers have a consent that they and that's really the direction, I think, of the future for most communities. We did not have a very robust health information exchange, and that's a challenge in a lot of that role and is now kind of an aggregator of data, and that will create the governing processes so that different community entities that can use the data to do something to improve community health will have access to it.
So first, I just wanted to congratulate everybody. I really am enjoying the presentation. I think the message of coming to the conference one year and getting a whole bunch of ideas and then kind of returning, kind of to deliver some of the fruit on that.
Yeah, I improve health at the expense of my own. No, I'm just
That's the tagline.
So, and my question though was going to be for Minneapolis. So, in the face of all of these different needs, so how do you think about that? Putting together a plan. I find that we're very often just responding in an ad hoc way. There's an opportunity, so we sort of go in that direction. How did you come up with? How did you do a plan, and then how did you prioritize?
Yes. And prior to that, we had had the same executive director for an extended period of time. So there was a new opportunity when Greg came in, and we actually had a board retreat for a couple of days off-site. Board have? What are they interested in? Here are some things that are working at other places. And through those conversations, over the 2-day period, we were able to really hone in on what that strategic vision and plan was. So it did take some time and effort, but it was really about taking that time off-site and really talking about potential and possibilities. And I think we'd be happy to share with you who we used for facilitation.
when I go out to housing authorities, think that there's historically actually housing authorities have an incredible amount of data and information and relationships, and so really bring a value add to the table. And so thank you for just sort of giving wonderful examples of how that works, and that's something that number really surprised me. And I was wondering, is that of the 3,300 housing authorities in the country? And if so, who is managing those initiatives at the housing authorities? I was just really surprised.
Out to all PHAs in the country, even those without email addresses. There are a few of those still left. So we did send out to everyone. We had about 300 respondents, so the 50% would be of the 300 respondents. And we did adjust the sample to yeah, it's still a great number, about half. We don't really know who was managing. We did not ask that question. I don't even think we asked what staff members were involved in the partnerships. We just asked if you had dedicated staff. And we did ask about staff. Aspect was kind of who's involved and how does that matter to your effectiveness?
That would be super helpful to know, because one of the responses we get very, very often is we don't have the staff capacity, and obviously you spoke to that as well. But if we
about like the high percentage of housing authorities engaged in these initiatives, it could also come down to how we define health initiatives altogether. So we included initiatives like policies, programs, and services that promote healthy lifestyle. So that can be anything. Include a lot of different things like smoke-free, implementing that. So.
And I think the largest category of activity was general wellness, which again can be, we have an exercise class once a week for our seniors or something like that. So they're really, to Kelly's point, a lot.
They don't have a health background or training, so that's also something to consider.
One thing to piggyback on that in terms of health initiatives, as you know, we had to go smoke-free. So I imagine that that's another food for thought.
Hi, my name is Kim. I'm from United Way of Greater Atlanta. I'm a little groggy from allergy medication, so I hope this. I was curious, we're doing a lot of work in Atlanta around the social determinants of health, and I noticed, particularly with community health workers, who were doing a lot of work in that for FQHCs and community health centers. I didn't necessarily see hospital systems. Is that a part of the work that you're doing in terms of partnerships, particularly as there is a lot of work happening as it relates to local United Ways? If you haven't done so already, they can be a great intermediary in terms of connecting other partners. You guys have done a great job in that space, but I noticed that in terms of capacity, partnerships in terms of funding. So local United Ways, depending on what their focus is, can also help facilitate some of those public-private partnerships, which can be very helpful as a
beginning to work with the county medical center, which would be the main hospital hub for many of our folks to visit when they have an emergency. And it's in the early stages of development with them, but they're very interested in on their system. And as far as other healthcare providers or hospitals, we're in the beginning stages of exploring that. And through Alyssa's team and her work with some of our data partners, we actually now have of these certain buildings, there have been X amount of ambulance visits, and we're trying to dig down even further into that data to find out what were those visits for, what was the frequency, and then that's a your plan, and they're 3 times as likely to head to the emergency room. How can you help us out? That's a pretty strong pitch. So we're in the process of preparing for that pitch, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, so that's what we want to get them to do, but we have to figure out how to get there. So we've had one conversation with UCare. We're going to have a meeting coming up. They're the largest MCO that Medicaid.
And there's a couple ways that we're working with the hospitals. One is just on the data sharing piece. Ideally, our community health workers will get a ping when one of our residents shows up at the That's one way. I think the discussions around, the benefit of these programs to the hospital, to the MCOs are ongoing. What I've found in my discussions with some of the their mandate, they're going to get financially penalized if those clients don't get into primary care. So they've approached not the Austin group, but another group that I have been working with in housing to help telemedicine for that. So I think there's a lot of ongoing conversations, and it's really figuring out how to change the policies and help the managed care organizations and Medicaid locally take the leap.
Hi, I was curious, you had mentioned talking about evaluating the collective impact of partners on site in strengthening your coordination of partners. I think that's a huge challenge and something that's great to really focus in on. So,
yes, that's what we'd like to figure out as we work on developing our health strategy.
So, you're aware of Aunt Bertha, which if you're not, just go to auntbertha.com and you can put in a zip code and it will give you referrals for any kind of social service need and health need. So identify the prioritized referral providers for each type of need, and then we'll give those to Aunt Bertha and say, update your records, make sure those pop up first. So that'll be a tool for the community health workers to have referrals. And Aunt Bertha has a system in place to do that as well. And of course, it's just a matter of, getting the funding to localize it for your needs. But those are the kind of things that are going on now.
I'm not sure.
Aunt Bertha, I think maybe .com.
My name's Leah Greenwood. I'm with the Vancouver Housing Authority. And it sounded like a lot of the partnerships you were talking about were more traditional health care. Asking those questions of residents, which generally they're less willing to share information about mental health or behavioral health or addiction. One, what were strategies to get that information, and then what sort of partnerships have you developed?
Folks folks that were not able to fully represent themselves. So some of the mental health statistics, we take them at the minimum. There were, actually mental health was one of the things that came up as a top issue. Substance abuse. And that's kind of maybe something where we have a zero drug tolerance, so maybe they felt like, I don't want to tell you that. So consent form, yeah. So, but all that to say though, we have achieved together, but it's kind of, it's only been 10 months, but there's still a lot, they're a key partner in our work. So.
And I just wanted to add one point about the question and how you assess mental health. So there's standardized, validated diagnose mental health issues, depression. What we found is that if we ask patients how often they're experiencing stress, we had a higher percentage of HQ2, and I thought that was a really good question to identify those folks that might need additional support and maybe prevent serious depression.
Great. Well, thank you all for coming. It's been a great conversation.
Good job, yeah. It was fun. Yeah, good job, everyone.
Okay.
No, I don't know if you do or not.
Oh, okay.
But I would say that
Yeah, look at you.
Good afternoon. If we could have folks take their seats, please. Great, thank you. Welcome again to the 2019 Housing Is Summit. My name is Abra Lyons-Warren, and report, Eliminating Barriers to Post-Secondary Success, Cross-Sector Collaborations to Improve Post-Secondary Achievement for Students Served by Public Housing Authorities. Hard copies of the report are available in your www.org/postsecondary. CLAFA's Executive Director, Sonia Zaderman, will be our first speaker. We ask that you please hold any questions until after our speakers have presented their remarks. The press conference will be followed by a panel ERWA@clpha.org. Sonia?
Thank you, Abra. As you all know, a roof and 4 walls alone are not enough to help low-income families thrive and break the cycle of intergenerational poverty. In thinking holistically about meeting resident needs, housing becomes a platform for targeted intervention. Many public housing authorities are exploring ways to increase college and certificate completion. Among them, the Chicago Housing Authority and the Tacoma Housing Authority are partnering with local community colleges to Metropolitan Housing Authority and the Louisville Metropolitan Housing Authority are following a dual generation approach to ensure young parents can graduate with a degree. In November, with the generous support of the Kresge Foundation, the power of cross-sector collaboration and shared expertise, the value of data sharing, the challenge of breaking through the decades-old silos, and the need for ongoing, sustained support at all levels. Documents findings from the convening and includes a series of recommendations we hope will be a roadmap to public housing authorities, legislators, regulators, foundations, who are all seeking to scale the convening in our report and in our conference today. But most of all, we'd like to thank you for your work that changes lives. And thank you again to the Kresge Foundation for your generous support. I'm now very pleased to
for those remarks. It's been a pleasure to work with you and the team on the report. As mentioned, I'm Bethany Miller, a program officer on the education team at the Kresge Foundation, a private foundation located in Metro Detroit that aims to increase opportunity. This work at the intersection of public housing and higher education, is a new area for the country and a new area for the Kresge education team. For nearly a decade, we've focused on using our capital to increase college access and success of and students of color go to college. Yet, as one might imagine, they usually go to post-secondary institutions with the fewest resources to meet those needs. They often end up at places without on-campus housing, for example. We've been institutions are also increasingly aware of this problem with their students and are moving to become better advocates for increased housing affordability in their communities. At the same time as we are becoming aware of the homeless like so many low-income Americans, also want the economic security and mobility that a college credential or degree promises. In fact, 1/3 of residents of federally subsidized housing have some college but no degree. current innovations in the field and ways to promote more of them. Having already launched the Housing Is initiative, which Sonia described, CLAFA was the natural and perfect partner to lead this work and lift up the ways its members are leveraging housing to Through this report, we've learned, and you'll learn, more about really innovative thinkers and doers among public housing authorities, like the Executive Director of the Tacoma Housing Authority, Michael Mara, who will share a few remarks next.
I'll start by explaining why is the Housing Authority interested in education. And that will help me describe what brought us to our partnership. House people, but help them succeed. In the mission statement of the Tacoma Housing Authority, to succeed not just as tenants, but as parents, students, wage earners, and builders of assets. Builders. We are real estate developers, and we invest large sums of money and effort in communities that won't pay off unless they succeed and become, as our mission, of public schools and colleges to educate low-income students. The third reason we're interested in education, I think, is because these schools and colleges have and the fanciest classroom with the best trained teacher cannot overcome the challenges those students bring. And that's where we come in. So we have an elaborate and elaborating partnership in Tacoma with our three ways. The main way is we provide rental assistance in the form of vouchers. And we have 150 vouchers for that purpose. Housing vouchers, though, don't work too well in our market, in Tacoma's new rental market, where the rents are high, vacancy rates are low. That puts a premium on the second way we do to keep it affordable. And the third way we do this work is we're signing contracts with private owners of apartment buildings to reserve their units for these students and pay down the rents affordable. Homeless or near homeless. And this all grew out of a pilot experience with the Tacoma Community College. Started with 45 homeless enrolled students. And we thought we needed graduation rates. Compared them with 150 homeless enrolled students who could not fit inside the pilot. And after 2 years, found that enrolled, which is a higher rate of graduation than the school as a whole, and they did that with a higher GPA than the school as a whole. So we thought, well, maybe we don't need 3 years worth of data. And TCC stood out. And according to this survey, 67% of these students within 12 months prior to the survey experienced an eviction for non-payment of rent, lights shut off for non-payment. They slept outside, they slept in a car, they slept in an abandoned building, they slept in a shelter, or they did not know where they would sleep. 29%. mainline program of the Tacoma Housing Authority to house these students and to help these colleges succeed. And we count it to be a very good use of a housing dollar.
Of the Southern California College Access Network. We're an alliance of nearly 80 college access and success programs operating in the greater Los Angeles region. And collaboratively, we work with about 150,000 low-income students and families. Housing authorities. As many of you might know, the college-going process is increasingly complex, and students and families of every economic bracket have to have a deep understanding Los Angeles that is funded by HUD and with support from the Kresge Foundation to engage in a really strategic partnership where we have the unique opportunity of providing one-on-one college advising in families. And then it's followed by consistent guidance from a very skilled college counselor. And what we're seeing is that as students are being accepted to colleges and universities locally and across the sites, that college and career aspirations are within reach. And so for us, this cross-sector collaboration really demonstrates the need for continued college access support and and through the process that Kresge funded for us to sit down and have a conversation with 5 of our partners from across the country, is that we really learn a lot from turning to each other and sharing our respective expertise. What SoCal resource, but we also try to leverage opportunities. There are so many other opportunities in Los Angeles outside of the Housing Authority that we can bring to the Housing Authority. And so we're constantly thinking about how do we get these the second reason is that we have seen firsthand that investing in resident success, they will eventually return to the community and give back to uplift all residents and surrounding community members. Organizations of SoCal Can. She went on to Smith College on a full ride. She graduated from college, came back to South LA, and was hired to provide college counseling at her residence. What we're also seeing in this partnership is that we're really encouraging that a college-going culture exists on the public housing sites. So what's happening is, with our grant in particular, we're charged with working with residents ages 15 at the housing site that are interested in what happens when you get one-on-one advising and actually get to go to the college of your dreams. And so we're seeing that dual generational approach that's a really
Thank you so much to Allison and to all of our partners. It's really been a pleasure to work on this project with such a talented group of professionals from the housing and education sectors.
Thank you. And I'm wondering how this initiative plans to
Well, I can speak on that. Jennifer Thomas from the Housing Authority, City of LA. Well, the Housing Authority, we recently launched our 25-year vision plan. It's the We have 14 public housing sites. We have the second largest Section 8 contract west of the Mississippi, and then we have a small asset development portfolio. And then the last area is pathways. Doing more strategic partnerships around college readiness with a focus on families, the dual generation approach, but more so looking more comprehensive around come next, we want the family unit to support the siblings. So it's really taking an educational approach to make sure that everyone is informed on the process, the changes in the policies, and then how they so that we can really see some strategic success, and so far so good.
Tom, I'd like to respond also. We'd like to link our thinking on very separate silos, both policy-wise, appropriations-wise, but we think the rental assistance demonstration and other tools that housing authorities are using, virtually all done in a and neighborhood conditions, that a fundamental part of that investment has to be on the service connection and the cross collaboration. So this is a world I think we're very proud to pioneer.
Okay, so, oh, sorry, we'll get to audience questions in a moment. That's okay. Thank you so much for your interest. So other members of the press who I know are joining us via webcast, again, the contact information. So with that, we'll ask audience members to please hold their questions. We're going to move now into our panel discussion, but we promise we will leave time for folks to ask questions of the panelists. Thank you so much.
Well, it seems like many of you were in the room for the press conference, so some of these remarks are going to be a little. I know Kresge has 7 different program areas: education, health, human services, arts and culture, environment, Detroit, and American cities. And across those 7 giving areas, we're united by a common north. For our health team seeking to increase better health outcomes, or for my team trying to increase college access and success. So as that education team member focused on college access and success, I've been honored, as I said a couple minutes ago, at the registration desk. There's actually some appendices to the report that describes in detail the different communities that are represented on the panel, but also some that aren't here with us today. So I'd really encourage you to look and just to relate it to some of the things we heard earlier this morning during the plenaries, you know, several of the questions were about what can we do as local communities in light of, you know, federal action or inaction. Introduce or reintroduce, in some cases, the panelists, I've been actually charged to cover 3 topics. 1, what's the importance of post-secondary attainment? 2, why public housing authorities have a role. Insights really help make the case for that. And I could give you additional statistics about the earnings premiums for college degrees, or the effect of higher education on social and economic opportunity. I had a feeling. How many of you either have or will be recommending to your children that they go on to college? For our families and to live the American dream. And we want that for others who are following behind. And I want to pause because I was reflecting on the morning plenaries, and you know, strategies we heard about this morning: the expanded earned income tax credit, SNAP benefits, the child allowance. Because the reality is that we need not only to address poverty in the short term, but by addressing and housing insecurity that really threatens to derail their higher education. And it was in part because this, as a higher education person learning about the housing market, with programs and services that can help your residents hopefully upskill themselves, build their human capital, potentially move on to self-sufficiency and the ability to navigate a housing market without a subsidy. There was only 8% of the work-able households had a bachelor's degree or higher. So really, if we can get higher levels of education, we might not need as much utilization of our public housing system. Already heard some from Tacoma, but we'll hear more from Tacoma. And also the second population of current residents who aspire to college or may have even attempted it. And these efforts can both target traditional age students in the LA reintroduce or introduce the panelists who are with us. Their bios are in your material, so I'm not going to do a lengthy description, just describe their current role, and then we'll move on to questions, and there will be ample time. At the City College of Chicago. Next to her is Cassandra Brooks, the Assistant Director of Education for the Chicago Housing Authority. And then we have Jennifer Thomas Arthurs, the Assistant Director of Strategic. A panel that represents sort of the spirit of both the report and this convening. It's cross-sector. We've got education, nonprofit, and housing authority partners. So with that, I'll sort of launch the first question to the panelists. And together.
Sure. Cassie Brooks, Chicago Housing Authority. So we have two partnerships, both that provide grants. Was to get students to their first credential, and that meant basic certificates. And we've really expanded that partnership now to go all the way to associate's degrees, recognizing that we're in an education-first job market.
Serve all 14 of our public housing sites as well as our Section 8 portfolio. So we really leveraged a lot of our workforce development work with education, because a lot of our we just don't see in public housing that show up when we issue our scholarship applications. So we do have a scholarship program, and those students, I mean, we literally to engage when we decided to partner with SoCalCan. And we really wanted a leader that was an expert in this field that could really take their hand and just take them to the next level.
retention rates, graduation rates, grade point average along the way. There's some nuance to that about differential retention rates and graduation rates among subsets of students, primarily of that evaluation, because they're paying for it, will be longer term and much fancier, and will track post-graduation earnings and post-graduation use of public services. So we're going to have a particular pertinence to college success, and they have their own metrics. One is we offer college savings account match program to every kindergartner in our house. That tells us that students with those accounts starting young are 3 times more likely to go to college and 4 times more likely to graduate. And we hope to learn that's true.
Just kind of piggybacking off what Cassie said, just trying to address the need being residents or our students that the support they need throughout their education, and the partnership being their definite advocates. That's something that we wanted to deliver in Chicago, and so far it's been successful.
Of college access programs, we're continuously trying to increase the rate at which low-income students in our region access and complete college. And we realize that while we provide direct support to 150,000 students and families, success support. So we knew that many of the students that are in public housing oftentimes attend high schools where college counseling is not robust. And so this was a wonderful way to work
communities, Chicago, LA, and Tacoma, helping to support some evaluations. But we know that there's usually early indicators of success, even while you might be waiting for more formal evaluation.
So some of the successes that we're seeing, we've now had a scholarship program for 6 years, the City Colleges Partnership for over 10. In the scholarship program, we definitely see that residents that are receiving support through the support. I think some of the other things as far as lessons learned and successes we've seen as well is between the two programs, between our City Colleges Partnership and our CHA Scholarship, those two programs are who were going to college, about half of them had to take time away from school at some point in their college career. So really mitigating against that by both having a scholarship support to attend a 4-year, which may be the ideal, but a student may need to households.
I would echo that. I think for the Housing Authority of the City of LA, our model is a little different because we actually contracted it out. On their door and follow up and say, hey, how are you doing today? Didn't see you last week, or hope to see you this week. Really makes a big difference in terms of the continuity. Recognize the need that students have a dedication to their families, and they have to take care of their families and help their parents. In some cases, through summer youth employment programs, they're paying utilities and they're buying. as programs, then we will guarantee them a summer job. And then if they can swing it through the year, if they can go to school and work, typically students work full-time in the summer. We have a private university that has donated or made a commitment of 5 years to fund our scholarship program. And I will say before this program, we were averaging about 15 students. 4.2, 4.5. So it really speaks to the caliber of students that we have at our public housing sites, and we really, really want to continue to really
are showing consistently so far with a 60% retention or graduation rate, and that remains higher than these schools as a whole, and that's very encouraging. On the expectation that they're headed for college. We want to do this because they're at peril for not graduating from high school. So we will make that.
Thing? No? Yeah, go.
Just one point. Oh gosh, thank you, Jennifer. You got me. Partnership in action. When we look at where they're headed, about half of the group are headed to local community colleges, which is fabulous. And they're going there with a very clear plan of what they're seeking to get out of that experience. And talent on the housing sites, you're able to right fit students and actually guide them into the appropriate path for them. So that was just one data point that I thought I would share that really
and it's resulting in these program level supports for either your residents or citizens within your community. I'm curious, in addition to sort of developing and piloting programs, you are working that can be tough work. And so I'm just curious, as you're reflecting on working across different systems, what are some challenges that you've had, and are there any systems level sort of successes that you've seen?
That we could go to these schools, which we knew had serious homelessness in their enrolled student population. We knew that they knew it, and they were concerned about it. And whom are flunking all their educational expectations as students and defeating all the expectations the school has. And it's been harder than we thought. And part of the problem is these institutions are not as strong in these ways. When you get no the first 3 times, you don't count that as the final answer. And we will figure this out, and I'll give you some examples. We wanted these schools to pay for the to start $30,000 a year pot for those purposes in those schools, but that's just a start.
Definitely, there was a point in growing the partnership with City Colleges of Chicago where it became very clear that I was a houser and this is an education professional. And there are points in supporting a student that is really Erica's area, or where she can better point students to resources. So I think in terms of building up programs, there is a point where we have greatly benefited by
that I think that how I look at Cassie and my relationship is that she is definitely the houser. I am the education person, but we have a student, and when easy click is working through different offices. It's also training those different offices across all 7 of our city colleges as to what this program is, what we offer, and the
traditional student. They are not going to go to an institution for 8 consecutive semesters, have no crises. We are here to support our students, our CHA.
I mean, I think as housers, it's important for us to understand our role and to know that we don't have to do it all, right? And so I think finding strategic partners that know housers, it's really important for us to really take a step back and learn what the needs of our residents are, so that we can be better advocates, we can be better fundraisers, we can be better
we had had this right before we started our partnership, that would have saved us 6 months of trying to figure each other out.
A glossary section in the MOU.
Yes, that would have been fabulous. But truly, it was just very eye-opening. I think, the one thing that was probably most illuminating for us, and this is when we were talking to some of those students from the public housing sites, that they just really kind of, and the parents, said to us, like, and furiously. And I think, we're getting to that place where I feel like the relationships are deep now. Our education navigators on those sites are now referred to as the college ladies and the college guy, right? You must come to A, B, C, and D to be a part of our program. We needed to have an open door. We needed to meet the students and the parents and other caring adults wherever they were at. And whether they came once or 40 those types of things of learning about each other's sector and each other's expertise that I think have yielded the success that we've been able to achieve in a very short period of time.
Just one last item. I just wanted to reflect. All that matters at the end of the day is that we have that credential and can move forward, but just to prepare them for that reality as well. And part of why that open door is so important is because a variety of circumstances will
And I think CLAFA was really smart in constructing the cohort of housing authorities and communities we looked at in this project and are highlighted in the report, because there's actually a mix of moving to work and non-moving.
They're having me go first. They have more time to think. I think, well, first I will say through doing a commendable job in that area and trying to expand that demonstration to more agencies because we have seen that benefit. One of the things that I reflected on that was included in the report is the student the opportunity to use that for books or school or all those many sundry things that come along with being a student. But that status is only for full-time dependent students. So if I'm the head of household, be adaptive under those small emergencies that come up or the extra $50 that's due to be able to be less at risk or less insecure in those moments.
We're able to really, like I said, see students that wouldn't ordinarily come through our doors. So we have tons of programs, Boys and Girls Club partnerships. But what we found is a lot of students that are getting the high GPA other activities outside of the housing developments. So in most cases, like I said earlier, we don't see these kids until they apply for the scholarship. So while that's good, I think the engagement piece disregard for students that will really, really help to mitigate barriers that college-going students have when they have a need to work. In a lot of cases, they may get full packages. Their friends and really be acclimated into the college culture. Sometimes our kids are a little isolated on campus. So I think for us, the next step is to really figure that out. Familiar, but the deferred action is definitely an issue for our students because a lot of the dreamers, I mean, they is a little in flux related to immigration reform, and we still are not clear on kind of where it's going. So that is causing a lot of anxiety with a lot of
as essential for what we do. Second, Congress needs to loosen up the rules of eligibility under the low-income housing tax. Is spending millions of dollars on our educational investments. We're about to spend millions more. The reason we can do that it's not a financial expenditure, but it's still taking housing dollars we would be spending someplace else. And if HUD's mainline appropriation
and she told me that, you know, in housing, we see our world from units and numbers and, you know, timelines and time frames. And so maybe you can share a little bit about kind of the 15.
The partnership that we have with HACLA is actually with funding from HUD through Project SOAR. There are 9 sites across the country, and it's been a 2-year pilot. And will continue to support it. It provides us a unique opportunity to diversify our funding base around it, right? So we're talking to everyone under the sun because we really want to see the fruit of this, you know, labor that we've put in for the last 2 years. started this program and is not doing it now, and we need your help. While the partnership is warmly welcome, it's just, it's a hard conversation. So I just wanted to add that. And I think, sometimes so that things are seen much more comprehensively. We have much more data, real lifetime data, and it allows us to effectively plan our programming accordingly and know who to target. And federally, that seems like that's something that could be interesting to explore, greater integration.
That's great, and hopefully we have some of those folks in the room so they were taking notes. But I've gotten the signal that we should.
Greetings, everybody. I think you guys did an amazing presentation. You encompassed a lot of creative thinking, and I have a couple quick questions. And really didn't get any support from public housing or through housing around getting to complete this degree, and I actually had like 14 years without going into my strip. Approaching graduation and they're telling you you're missing a course or that you're not scheduled to graduate, which is going to cost you more money. I think we need to consider also when we're talking about graduate level degrees that to college, because while I did my degrees, my daughter completed her first year at UMass this week, so I'm really proud to be able to carry that on. But I think talking about how we access both access to that. I think we talked about like this education first job market. So we're great when people are graduating, but if we're not in our public housing authorities promoting like downline. What does that mean once you have the degree? How are you able to use that? And when we use you for your life experience and pay you $30,000, we're disservicing those who have pushing to a program that we think fits them. We need to be speaking to them in a way where they can piecemeal situations for themselves. So while even in our levels of expertise, it's helping them get to a point where they but thank you for allowing me to share.
Yeah, it's amazing. Can I address that? Okay, so I'm going to address the first part of your question, okay? Well, of the Part in Education program, that first qualification that they need is to come to the full duration of an information session. During that information session, we go through the full comfortable with doing on campus, for example, the financial aid office. Sometimes the lines can be a bit long, but if you have someone from a community organization that's willing to sit with you, they'll sit with you and you can take care of program where their rising sophomores, juniors, and seniors can come to the City Colleges of Chicago for free and take college courses even prior to being in college themselves. If the student does not fall under a degree plan, then we ask the student, well, what are you trying to do here? Because we typically don't take like just course takers. We want to X's out, that means that's not a course that you need to graduate, and we won't voucher you for it. So in this program, we make sure that our students have exactly what they need to graduate, and we follow them every step of the way.
Loans. A lot of times schools may not talk about the full package or really be transparent with students about the cost and any gaps outside of the aid offer being provided. And that is an opportunity. That's the advantage that a Hauser has of being a neutral party in the space, not being represented by the school. Right. Yeah.
And I would just add really,
No, I was just going to make a note that if any of you are on the tables, but if not, it's also available online on our website, clafa.org.
Maybe we'll take one more comment and then move it to other questions. Go, Jen.
okay. I would just add, just as a PHA, to families, because we know that their great reading is really a determinant of college readiness. So we do what we can at our sites to have robust promotion. Nursing and need to take a math class, or they need to take a refresher class. They can take that one class, or they can take several classes that would lead to their high school diploma. Services so that people do have access. But college starts, in preschool, essentially.
Workers, construction workers, project accountants, people that have a background in affordable housing because they've experienced it, whether it's public housing or otherwise. Resident services generally, and I know what it costs to house somebody generally. What does it cost to operate one of these programs? Like, say it's like a 200-unit family.
Sure, I'll jump in there. It's a great question. So the support that we received through Project SOAR, just to give you a sense of how that functioned, was if you sites were selected to be part of this. Again, it's a random controlled trial as well, so we did not partake in selecting those sites. They were selected by HUD, and they picked 5 sites. Main line item of that went to salaries for our education navigators, coupled with a coordinator that was able to provide training and oversight, and some limited dollars for size. Sorry, I was trying to get my head around the site and how many units that would look like. We have one education navigator that's serving both of those sites. So there are ways to be creative about it. Of where public housing sites are located, but we're not residents themselves, but have a tremendous amount of cultural competence. And then there's one that is a recent college grad, as I mentioned before in the press conference. Who is really wanting to, poor Maria, really mine her as a case study of, it would be wonderful to proliferate, more college counselors that come from that background. So.
I hope you'll come and continue the conversation. So to close out, I just was hoping we could go quickly down the line and talk about what's next for your community in terms of this partnerships, in particular. Replicates take away from this conversation.
So we are very excited to be keeping on our education navigators. We've been able to adjust education program with the support of a one-on-one coach. So that is really, we are very excited, and we feel like we've been able to grow our partnership with city colleges as much as we can within the bounds of our
for the House Authority, City of Los Angeles. So we're looking to expand our partnerships. The beauty of Los Angeles is we have what's called the College Promise, and that's where community college now. We already have a partnership with LA Chamber, and we're looking at other strategic partnerships to really promote what we're doing, to continue. Is actively engaged in those discussions at the table. So we definitely have the support of our executive team, which is very good.
I just wanted engaging our other local theme partners, but there's a lot of energy and momentum around this work. We've had Kresge as a longtime funder of our work. Thank you, Kresge. And part of the end of the, maybe we could present it next year as housing is.
We are adding units to our partnership. We're extending, as I mentioned, to homeless high school seniors on their way to college. We will add technical colleges to our partnerships in the trades, and a partnership with our technical college will help do that. And finally, we bought a 7-acre old retail mall right across the street from our although that in the meantime, we're the only housing authority we know of in the country that's the proud landlord of a hookah lounge.